Hmm. Rust, 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 rust. What's going on, guys? Yeah, we're gonna learn Rust. The most based government-backed programming language. Maybe play some Magic. Unsure. Um, and kind of the fuck is that? Um,
Purpose.
pickles. What the fuck? Yeah, let's do that. I don't know what that is, so I'm gonna get rid of that. Based. Okay. Um. Learn some projects. Do do do. Did it. Did it. Did it. Okay. Do do do. Awesome Rust. No. Rust by example. I think that's the one that everyone says like to do. Set up my environment on based. Okay. Okay. Rest by example. Interesting. Based. Yeah. Hello World. So Hello World program. Okay. Oh, nice. Primitive. Learn about signing it. Integers. Okay. We're gonna learn Rust stuff. Rust only. The based. Operating system, language. Everything should be written in Rust. Don't forget to install Rust locally and check the official docs. Yeah, of course. Uh, let's look to make sure. Okay, dark mode or dark high contrast. Yeah, we're gonna go dark mode. We like dark mode here. Everything dark mode. That would be the optimal way to read stuff on the internet. And we should do Rust by example. That is it. And then Rust the website, um the program language, and yeah, we'll look at learn. Yeah. Read the book. That'll be kind of cool. Getting started. Introduction. Rust by example though. That's what we're probably gonna start with. We're gonna do that right here, and then choose my theme. We're gonna first make the terminal really nice, and then we're going to do this. Now, I am not a programmer. This would be my first language that I would learn, and people are like, don't learn Rust as your first language, otherwise you'll fail. And I disagree with them. You should learn whatever the fuck you want. Uh, am I going to be proficient? Am I going to be a Rust developer? No, but it would be cool to like learn about Rust and do stuff with Rust. That'd be kind of cool as I go. Yeah. Let's make sure, is Rust installed? Isn't there a crates thing? Yeah. Yeah, it's installed. Okay. Rust analyzer. Nice. Rust language support for Visual Studio Code. Okay. Rust targets. Change Rust targets easily. And if I don't understand something, I can always, just go read, watch a video, learn stuff. Learn as I go. Rust doc viewer. Okay. So, improve Rust success highlighting. Yeah, that'd be nice. Do you trust publisher of Wine? I don't trust them. So we're gonna install it. Yeah. That's how many? 7,000 downloads. If 7,000 people trust it, you should trust it. Syntaxing nice. Okay. Some toolkits. Rust features toggler 300 installs. Okay. And then the Rust extension pack, collection of extensions. Rust gives some Rust cargo. Okay. Yeah. And the Rust analyzer. That'd be nice. Updates. Open folder. We're going to make a folder in the home directory, and then we're going to go to downloads. We're going to do new folder, downloads, and we're going to call this the Rust Live. Okay. Do you trust the author? Well, yes, I trust the authors. Me, the author. New file. Hello world. We're gonna start from the beginning. Hello world. Hello world. .rs. Yeah. Hello world. Yes, already the Rust symbol. Nice. Okay. Let's see. Okay. And then we're going to learn what Rust is. Rust is a modern system programming language focusing on safety, speed, and concurrency. It accomplishes these goals by being memory safe without using garbage collection. Rust by example is a collective of running examples that illustrate various Rust concepts and standard libraries. To get even more out of these examples, don't forget to install Rust locally and check out the official docs. Additionally, if you're curious, you can check out the source code for the site. Nice, based. Open source. Start with the traditional Hello World programming language. This source code of the traditional Hello World programming language. This is a comment, and it is ignored by the compiler. If you can test this code by clicking the Run button over there, or if you prefer to use your keyboard, you can use the Control-Enter shortcut. This code is editable. Feel free to hack it. You can always return to the original code by clicking Reset button. This is the main function. Okay, so we're going to do main. fn main. Okay, and then some curly brackets, and then we're gonna do, this is the main function. Statements here are executed when the compiler binary is called. Hello, hidden service. What's going on? Print text to the console. It's gonna be print ln exclamation point. With some parentheses, hello world. Hello world. Okay, nice. Print ln is a macro that prints text to the console. A binary can be generated using the Rust compiler, Rust C. Rust C hello rs. Rust C will produce hello binary executed. Yeah, okay. We can hit, I think it's Control S for save. Save, and then yeah, no console over here, no terminal. Is there? No, there is not. So we're gonna pull up our terminal. CD downloads. Rust Live. Damn, I gotta really change that key binding. Clear. ls. Oh, there's Hello World Rust. So we can hit Rust C. Hello World RS. Oh, nice. And then Hello World RS, it's an executable. I think it's cargo run Hello World. .rs. Can I find cargo tunnel? Oh, okay. No, it's not cargo run, is it? Oh, I could just have to do hello. I'm retarded. It's already executed. Oh, it's cargo something. If you use cargo to create a project, you can also do cargo run. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think that's what it is. So we can also do cargo, just run as a binary by dash hello world. Thank you, hidden service. You forgot a semicolon also. Oh, true. I just made unsafe Rust unsafe. You're right. Interesting. Is Rust safe now? Oh, it works. If I run a crew, you don't have to put semicolon on the last line. I thought that was you actually did. I thought that's you don't have to put a semicolon on the last line. Interesting. Oh, it works. Yeah, I'm surprised it worked too. I thought that's supposed to throw an error. Could be wrong though. Let's do this. Save. It's my first time seeing Rust too, to be honest. I thought no, when I thought that it would throw function declared or not followed by a semicolon. Remove this. Oh, interesting. And it gives me information. I'm not super good at Rust, but I have made some small projects using it. I thought there was supposed to be a semicolon. Interesting. Okay. Because this shows semicolon. Oh, I did it semicolon after that. Let me do this. Save. Okay, it compiled. Hello world. It still ran. Okay, interesting. Semicolon did not need to be done. That is awesome. Okay. Any program requires comments, and Rust supports a few different varieties. Regular comments, which are ignored by the compiler, / line comments, which go at the end of the line, block comments, which go at the closing delimiter, dot comments, which are parsed into HTML library documentation. Interesting. Yeah, it is interesting. FN main. This is an example of a line comment. There are 2 slashes at the beginning of the line. There's nothing written here after. There's nothing written here after there will be read by the compiler. Print hello world. Run it. See, now try deleting the 2 slashes and run it again. This is another type of comment, a block comment. In general, line comments are the recommended comment style, but block comments are extremely useful for temporarily disabling chunks of code. A block comments can be nested. Blah, blah, blah. So it takes only a few keystrokes to comment out everything in this main function. Try it yourself. Note the previous column of was entirely for style. There's no actual need for it. Oh. Interesting. Block comment. Oh, nice. Wow. So we're gonna do function save. Interesting. Unmetered block comment. Hello world. Undetermined block comment. For more information about this error, try. Oh, nice. Rust C. Explain. E0758. A multi-line dot comment is unterminated. Here is an example. I am not terminated. The same goes for dot comments. I am not terminated. You need to end your multi-line comment with in order for the fix this error. I am terminated. Oh, interesting. Okay. So maybe I missed that part. Let's save. Did I do it right? End. Oh, just keep for quiet. Interesting. Okay. So maybe maybe I gotta do it here. Let's save. Okay. The comes before the star comes before at the closing tag. The closing tag. Am I retarded? I'm overthinking it. Right? Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Never mind. I see what you mean. Right? It starts with boom and ends with boom. Okay. I see. 3 big booms. Boom, boom, boom. Thanks. I appreciate that one. I don't know why I was over fucking thinking that. Save. Smoke big doinks. Where the fuck it? You do? Okay. Oh, I need to save. Let's go. Huh. What am I doing wrong? I need a space. Oh, I see. Oh, it's still after. Oh, okay. Okay. No, I'm down. Me like, what's the issue? Hmm. Boom, boom. Huh. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Will that change it? Starts with that, ends with that. Yeah. So I did. Print. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Note the previous column was telling for style. There's no actual need for it. Okay. Boom, boom. Okay. Interesting. I wonder why. I wonder if it's something to do with the curly brackets. Let me try it here. Save. I mean, it worked now, but since all the code is commented out, therefore there's just interesting. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'm overthinking it. It needs a main function. You're right. It does. Okay, interesting. Oh yeah, you're right. I'm overthinking this. It does. Okay. On to the next. Formatted printing. Printing is handled by a series of macros defined in the STD semicolons. Wait, no, whatever that is. Colon. Is that what it's called? Colon format, which some are varieties. And then let's figure out what this is. Module FMT. Utilities for forming and printing strings. This module contains the runtime support for the format. Syntax extension. This macro is implemented in the compiler to emit calls to the module in order to format arguments at the runtime into strings. The format macro intended to be familiar with those coming from C's printf, fprintf functions, or Python's string.format str format function. Some examples of this format extensions are format hello, some brackets world, hello world, format the number is 1, format let people equal rustaceans, format hello people, format. How long is this? Okay, it's a lot. Format, format text to string, print, same as format, but this text is printed to the console, IO, std out. Print ln, same as print, but a new line is appended. Eprint, same as print, but the text is printed to the standard error, IO standard. E print ln, same as eprint, but new line is appended. All parse text in the same fashion. As a plus, Rust checks the formatting correctness at compile time. In general, the curly brackets will be automatically replaced with any arguments. They will be stringified. Print ln equals print ln curly brackets days 31. Positional arguments can be used, specifying an integer inside curly brackets. Determines which additional argument will be replaced with arguments. Print 0, this is a 1. 1, this is 0. Alice, Bob. As can be named arguments, print subject, verb, object. Object equals the lazy dog. Subject, the quick brown fox. Verb, jumps over. The lazy dog, the quick brown fox, jumps over. Interesting. Different formatting can be invoked by a specific specifying the format character after a println base 10 69420 based 69420 println base 2 binary 69420 based semicolon b colon b println base 8 octal 69420 based and then println base 16 hexadecimal x. Okay, cool. You can write justify text with specific width. It will output 1 for white spaces and a 1 for a total width of 5. Println number 5 number 1. You can pad numbers with extra zeros. Println number 0 0 0 0 0 0 1, and the left adjusted by flipping the sign. It will output 1000. Println number 01 1000. You can use named arguments in the format specifying users by appending a $sign. Println number width number 1 with 5. Rust even checks to make sure that the correct number of arguments are used. Println my name is 010 bond. Fix me. Add the missing arguments. James. Only types that implement FMT display can be formatted with a curly bracket user defined types not implemented displayed by default. Allow dead code, disable dead code, which warns against unused modules. Structure I32 semicolon. This will not compile because structure does not implement permanent display. Rust 1.5 above can directly capture the argument from a surrounding variable, just like the above. This will output let number f64 equal 1.0. Let the width user usize 5 println number semicolon width. STD format contains many traits which govern the display of text. The base from 2 important ones listed below. FMT debug uses the question marker format text for debugging purposes. FMT display uses the marker format in a more elegant user fashion. Here we used FMT display because the STD library provides implementations of these types. To print text for custom types, more steps are required. Implementing the FMT display trait automatically implements toString trait, which allows us to convert the type to string. In line 43, allow dead code is an attribute which only applies to the module after it. Activities. Fix the issue above code, see fix me, that runs without error. Try uncommenting the line that attempts to format the structure, see to do. Add a println macro call that prints P1 is roughly 3.142 by controlling the number of decimal places shown. For the purpose of this exercise, use let pi as an estimate for pi. Hit you need to check the SD format documentation for setting the number decimal display. Okay, let's do that. I'm just gonna copy all this. Okay. Fix the issue above code, see fix me. There we go. Add the missing argument, James. Okay. Print. Rust even checks to make sure the correct number. Name is James. Okay. Let's see. You can use named as arguments in the format specified appealing a hashtag println number with number. Rust even checks to make sure my name is 010 bond. Fix name. Add the missing argument. Add the missing argument, James. Println. My name is James. Where would I put that? Hello, let people. Hello, people. Okay. Format. Rust itself does not have a Python-like equivalent of name parameters to function, but the format macros is a syntax extension that allows it to lever name parameters. Named parameters are listed at the end of the argument with an identifier equals expression. For example, the following format expression only names arguments, format argument name, format name blank blank name 1 2 semicolon 1 name equals 2 a equals a, b equals b, c equals 3. If the name parameter does not appear in the argument format, it will reference a variable with that name in the current scope. Let argument equal 2 plus 2. Format argument equals 4. Fn makes string u32 b string format ba string. It is not valid to put positional parameters, those without names, after arguments that are names like with formatting parameters. Okay, with, I don't think that's it. Sign. Okay, wait, hold on. Name parameters. Usage. Syntax sign. Localize. Is escaping syntax? Escaping the literal characters may be included. No, that's not it. File argument. Interesting. Okay. Add a println macro calls add a println macro call that prints pi roughly 3.12 by controlling the numbers of decimals place shown. For this purpose, this would run all of it. Okay, let's try. FN me. Okay. Where is it? Where the fuck it go? My name is Bond. Note the business armor are zero based. Cannot compile playground bin playground due to one previous error. Okay. Let's think. Print. My name is 0. Positional arguments are 0 based. Could not. Argument 1. There is one argument. Source main phone RS. Okay. Let me just write it out and see what it tells me. Okay. My name is Print LN. Okay. I'm there. Nope. My name is Okay, I need to figure this out. I'm overthinking it. Rust check even checks to make sure the correct number of arguments are used. Print ln. My name is Bond. The name's Bond. James Bond. My name is Bond would be 0 semicolon James, right? 0 James. No, that doesn't make sense. Semicolon. One. Oh, it's got its own. Okay. Zero, 1, 0. 0. Okay. 0, 1, 0. Outside the semicolon, so. Bond. Just want to run this. I know it's going to throw an error. And if that error goes through, print ln, my name is 0, 1, 0, Bond. Positional arguments are 0 based, aborting due to one previous error. Invalid reference to positional arming, hello world RS 232. Let's see. Our positional argument 1, there is one argument. So let's see if I do it like this. Imagine 0 is going to be replaced by the first argument and 1 by the second. Imagine 0, programming language starts at 0, so 0 is the first and 1 is the second. Oh, okay. Okay, so replace, that makes sense. And it's even pointing to it. It's right there. Correct? Am I right? So 1 is the second, but you have not passed a second yet. A second one yet. Oh, wait, no. Imagine 0 is going to be replaced by the first argument and 1 by the second. Programming languages start at 0, so 0 is the first and 1 is the second. So 1 is the second, but you have not passed a second yet. So, wait, no, you're right. So, what would be the second? So 1, 0. What it might be, my name is James, then? My name is, or James. That be it? Bond is the first argument. Okay, so Bond is the first argument. It's not James. I'm done. You can add another argument after Bond. Oh, you're right. Okay, I get it now. Bond is the first argument, and because there's a 0, 1, 0, Bond is the first argument, and because there is no second argument, it is giving an error because there's 2 arguments, but one because it's Bond. Okay. So after Bond, it would be James? Or am I still dumb? Expect 1. Expect as an operator. Oh, wait. Don't I need a comma? Wouldn't it? Huh. Kinda. It didn't throw an error, but you need another comma. It didn't throw an error. Okay. It didn't throw an error. But nothing got... Okay, so 0, 1, 0. Because there's a 0, there's a 1, there's a 0, there's an argument, and Bond was the only argument. It was causing an error. Now it's right. Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, sometimes so it'd be like it needs a comma, and then obviously I need to run it. Over James. "31 days, Alice, this is Bob. This is Alice. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. Base time 64. My name is John. Yeah, nice. Oh, big brain. Fucking smoking doinks right here. Okay. The other parts. Try uncommenting a line that attempts to format structure. You compile it, but did not run it. Okay. Oh, yes, you're right. I didn't run it. I'm dumb. Hi, my name is Bond, James Bond. Yes. I compiled it, and now it's ran. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Cool. Ferment contains many traits which are governed by text. The base format 2 is the poor ones below. Okay. Here we use format implementing in line 43. Allow dead code is fix the issue in the above. See fix me so that it runs without error. Try unaccompanying the line that attempts to format structure strut. See to do. To do. Interesting. Display with, okay. Okay, for the example, calls prints the same thing as hello as x is 0, 1, 0, 0. Okay. Precision. For non-numerical types, this could be considered a maximum width if the resulting string is longer than the width. Okay. Damn math. Okay. Print name has 3 fractal digits. Hello. Comma 3, name 2, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Print these 3 can do different things. Has 3 fractional digits. Has 3 characters. When translating these values, Rust uses round half to even, which is the default rounding mode in IEEE 754, for example. 1, 2, 3, okay, return 1, 2, 3, 4E, 1, 2, 3, 6E. Okay. In some programming languages, the behavior of string format functions depend on the operating system's local settings. The format function provided by Rust standard libraries do not have any concept of locale and will produce the same results on all systems, regardless of user configuration. For example, the following code will always print 1.5, even if the system locale uses a decimal separator other than a dot. Escaping the value of blank 1.5. Pi, 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 pi. Okay. To do. Oh. Try uncommenting this line. Let's see if it runs. Arrow E077. Structure doesn't implement SDF name display. Println this structure. This println this struct won't print. Struct 3. Help. The trait std-ftmd display is not implemented for structure. Note, in this format, strings you may be able to use the semicolon or a hashtag for pretty print instead. Note, this error originates in the macro state crate format args nl, which comes from the expansion of the macro println. In the nightly builds, run it with z mac backtrace for more information. This error originates. For more information about this error, try Rusty explain ESO 7. Okay, let's do that, and maybe it can give me an answer. Rust C explain E0 277. Wait, no. 0277. Oh, okay. You tried using a type which doesn't implement some traces in places where they expect that trait. Erroneous code example. Here we declare the foo trait with a bar method, trait foo, fn bar self semicolon. We now declare a function which takes an object implementing the foo trait, fn some function foo t foo bar, fn main. We now call for the method with the I32 type, which doesn't implement the foo. In order to fix this error, verify that the type you're using does implement the trait. Example, trait foo bar self foo. Okay, let's see. Let's check. Okay, what's this print ln semicolon this struct. Is it the double? Is it the double? Structure 3. String cannot be formatted with the default formatter. Oh, okay. So it's something with structure 3. Interesting. Structure C struct to do. Try to uncomment this line. Weed helps a lot of people. Yeah. Yeah. We love marijuana. Struct. Structure 3. Oh, I see. Maybe it's no wait. That's right. Okay. These match. These match. Hmm. Interesting. Have to think about this one. Ferment contains many traits. C to do. Traits to do. Format line syntax display. Format display implementations assert that the type can be faithfully represented as a UTF-8 string at all times. It is not expected that all types implement the display trait. Interesting. Structs. There we go. Arguments. Structures represent a safely precompiled version of the formatting string and its arguments. This cannot be generated at the runtime because it cannot safely be done. So no constructors are given and the field are private to prevent modification. A strut to help with a format debug implementations. Interesting. Okay. That told me to... Oh. Okay. Format debug uses markup for the text debugging purpose. Try a company line that attempts to format structure strut C to do. Add a print line macro that prints pi roughly 3.2 by controlling the number of decimals. Interesting. Okay. So would this mean that this will not compile because structure does not implement format display? Print format display. Interesting. Should I remove it? Is that what it is? My name is I didn't. Okay, hold on. James. Oh yeah, I forgot my comma. Never forget the comma, boys. Okay. Huh. Did I do it right? Oh, wait, no, I didn't uncomment it. Silly me. Is that it? Oh. Print this line, blank won't print. Okay. That won't print. X to debug. Okay, debug. Okay, wait, yeah. What if I put wouldn't this debug it? No. Damn it. Comma, James. Okay. Okay, so let's see if it'll do that. If it'll debug it. Remember, bug debugging. Okay, compiling playground error invalid format string. Found invalid format string expected in the format string because of this opening brace. No, if you intend to print, you can escape it by using cannot playground. Okay, no. Okay, let's see. Interesting. Okay. X. Let's try this. X. Let's try running it now. Expected in for. Oh, I don't have any. I see. Is that it? Huh, I wonder. Really want a giant lemonade. Okay, because of this opening brace, note if. Or what if. What if I just ball? Argument never used. Cannot compile print on this strut. Won't print. And let me get. Um. Huh. Did I fix it? Did I do it right? I don't think I did it. Oh. I don't think I did it right. Oh. Okay. More print. The trait debug is now implemented for structure. No, added the drive debug to structure or manually implied debug for structure. This error originates from the macro, which from the potential. Okay. Derive debug structure I32. I32, right? Huh. To structure or manually imply debug for structure. Interesting. Huh. I wonder. This error originates in the macro create format. 44. 44 structure. Oh. Oh, okay. Hold on. Allow dead code. Disable dead code which warns against unused module. Maybe I did have it right at first. Add the to Sure. Or manually input debug for structure. This help. The trait debug is not implemented for structure. What this means is that any type of argument which is implemented in the format binary trait can be formatted with B implemented for the traits for the number of primary examinations. Okay. Derive debug struct. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Just like we say, move on. Move on. We're gonna skip that one, and I'm gonna drink some water, and I'll come back to it. I'll learn more. Oh, I gotta stretch. Gotta drink some H2O. Do your jumping jacks, kids, so that you don't become 400 pounds. I'm gonna smoke a fat doink. Okay. Now that we skipped that, all types which want to use the STD formatting traits require an implementation to be printable. Automatic implementations are only provided for types such as the STD library. All others must be manually implemented somehow. The format debug trait makes this very straightforward. All types can automatically create the format debug implementation. This is not true for the format display, which must be manually implemented. This structure cannot be printed either with the format display or the format debug. Struct unprintable I32, semicolon. This derive attribute automatically creates an implementation required to make the struct printable with format debug. Hashtag derive debug, struct debug printable I32. All STD libraries are automatically printable with the colon question mark 2. Let's do this. In YouTube, India banning Proton. Wow. By the way, welcome to the news. India banning Proton. Robert Elder Software is raising funds for world domination. Day 10. I hope that works out for him. But what was I doing? Okay, debug type string format traits. Okay, the format debug trait. Do I automatically create the format? Ask the internet. Trait Rust explained. Can't spell still. Oh, 1:43. Bugized. Understanding format display and format in Rust. In Rust programming, you might encounter. Oh, I want someone to visually explain it. Oh, okay. Okay, nice based.
In our last lesson, we made a small introduction to derivable traits. In this lesson,
By the way, why do all programmers have the most echoey, like, I don't know if, I can't really talk shit about audio because my audio is generally terrible, but why do all programmers audio sound like this?
we will examine the debug trait in more detail. The debug trait is typically used to
Fuck, I can't understand French people. That's way too long of a video. Intro rustling, structs, methods, functions, 12 minutes. God. Defer trait, 15 minutes. Why can't these people just make a... Why is the one short, simple video fucking the worst audio on the planet and I just can't listen to it? So if people are like, hey, I hate your audio, not an F by a honeypot, you're straight right. What AI video journeys can do now? Make cat girl girlfriends? Solving the debug trait not satisfying. Okay, oh, come on. I don't want to fucking read though. 4 hours. Forcing Rust FMT to break code. Interesting. Okay, let's. God damn it. Maybe he can explain it.
Welcome back to Let's Get Rusty. My name is Bogdan, and this channel is all about the Rust
implementing
programming
traits.
language. If that sounds interesting to you, hit that subscribe button for weekly Rust videos. Summary, or trait, for news article. Then now the news article has an author example. Say we have a program which Microsoft is betting big on.
Wow, his video production got better. No. Nope. Fatal memory bug? Live? No. No. Oldest? Common programming concepts. Programming a guessing game in Rust. Understanding ownership. Structs in Rust. Is that what I want? Patterns, machines, error handling, collections, commons, generic types in Rust. Traits in Rust. God damn, it's 11 minutes. Let's have Brave AI, ask Leo. I understand. Chat, no. No, Brave, stop it. Edit prompt. Explain what happened. I'm trying to understand certain concepts as I go. The F2 debug trait is a part of Rust standard library. I'm back. What happened? Oh, I'm trying to understand the debug part. The format debug trait is a part of Rust library standard library, which allows you to implement a custom debug representation for a type. This is useful for everyone to print or display the value of a custom type. The format debug trait is implemented for a type by providing an implementation for the FMT method, which takes a formatter as an argument, and the formatter is used to build a string representation of the value. Here's the basic example of the implementing the format debug. Use std fmt struct person name string age u32. Implement format debug for a person. The function format self f a mute fmt formatter fmt result right f person name age self name. In this example, when you print a person instance using semicolons question mark, it will display the custom debug representation. You can use these colon question mark or curly brackets, colon, question. Isn't that the same? The fuck? What's the difference? Okay, format specifier to print the value that implements format debug. Note, the format debug trait is not required for a type to be printable, but it provides a way to customize the debug representation. If you don't implement format debug, the default implementation will be used, which may not be what you want. If you'd like to know more trait, I'd have to elaborate. Yeah, elaborate. Okay, let's see if I can understand now. Implementing the format debug trait allows you to. Okay, hold on. Forbag represents when printed or displayed using a format specifier. Here are some key points to consider when implementing format debug. Custom representation. You can define a custom string representation for your type, which is useful for when you want to print complex data structures or custom types. Format specifiers. You can use format specifiers like curly brackets to insert values into the strings. Representation. You can also use question mark, hashtag question mark, I know it's a pound sign, to print the debug representation of the value implement. Format debug. Error handling. The FMT method returns a result type, which allows you to handle errors that may occur during formatting. You can use the write shebang macro to simplify error handling. Here are some examples of implementing format debug for different types. Structs, Rust, struct person, U32, blah, blah, blah. We saw that in enums. Enum color, red, green, blue. Implement format debug color, format function. I think that's like the function. Format self, F, mute, function, formatter, format result. Right if, color, match self, color, red, green, blue, tuples. Okay. Array, Rust. Arrays and slices. Interesting. Let me see what this does. So I'm going to copy this. Exit that. No, not Yu-Gi-Oh! Interesting. So we're going to do that. We're going to do this. Okay, new color. Okay. File, save, here, clear, ls. Okay, first we're gonna compile. Not gonna do that. Rusty. Hello world rs. Oh, okay. Oh, previous errors. Or maybe I can't even run this. See, guys, this is why AI is not gonna work. Should I just vibe code? Vibe coding to my first 100K? This. Okay. We're gonna save. Gonna vibe code, guys. Be a vibe coder. Ooh. We can have that. 0433. Okay. I'm not gonna do that. Okay. I'll just have to understand it. I'll have to do it and really think about it. Ugh. All types, use it. So format debug definitely makes printable, but sacrifices some elegance. Rust also provides printing pretty printing with hashtag question mark. Okay. Yeah, let's write it. Let's write this out. Shebang. Derive. Debug. Okay. Struct. Person. For some reason, 1A. A. And then I have that for some reason. Name. Maybe this helped me get my keyboard skills up. Name. And boom. Okay. A. Okay. STR. Age. U8. Okay. If I'm main. See if it works. Let name equal Peter. Let's do fed honey. Okay. Let age equal 69. Always. Let Peter. Nope. Fed honey equal person. Name. Age. And then always safety. Print pretty printer. All right, base. Cool. Print ln. Shipping. Okay. Yeah, that's what I want. Hashtag question mark. Oh, no. Right there. Fed honey. I wonder if that's gonna fuck it up. No, it shouldn't. I should be good. U8. And let's file, save. See, clear. Let's see. Hello world. Oh, what did I do? Oh, I did a lowercase d. Needs to be uppercase. Isn't that crazy? There we go. Let's save that. Errors are sometimes good. Oh, it is. It is. Wait, I'm wondering if I have to put the name. like this. I think, yeah, you can't have spaces. If not, I'll have to. Oh, okay. And then it has to match. Wonder if that will name age. Wonder if that'll work now. Probably not. You might be missing a string literal to format with. Strut person a boom boom name a str age you, yep, name Peter, what age, what name age Peter, what fed honey equal person name age, and yeah. print ln. Ooh, forgot the semicolons. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. So in the bubble, forgot to print, not to print semicolons. You know what I mean? Forgot the quotation marks. Always quote, baby. Oh, man, I'm a dummy. Hell yeah. Age 69? I can't. Oh, wait, is there age 27? What is it, too spicy? What age 69? Name age. Is it okay? Let's age U8 yeah, 69 unexpected token. Oh wait, no, age equal 27, age equals 69. Yeah, maybe it's not, maybe it's too sexy. Interesting. Let's see what they issued. Let name equal fed honey. Oh, help add. Oh, okay. Yeah. Peter fed honey. I forgot. Oh man. Okay, there we go. And then age. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. Print. Okay. Yeah, forgot my semicolons, man. I was being unsafe. No, person has a derived impl for the trait debug, but this is intentionally ignored. Name. Okay. Huh. D-E-R-I-V-E and debug. Debug. Huh. Person. Oh, wait, no, there's no space. Maybe that's it. Okay, hold on. Okay. No. Worn. By default. Age. Okay, hold on. Let's see this. Fields, name, and age are never read. What am I missing? What am I missing? Structure persons A fields in the struct name string age U8 Note person has a derived impel for the trait debug, but this is intentionally ignored during dead code analysis. Note warn dead code on by default. Interesting. Okay. What am I doing wrong? Struct. Okay, okay. No. Once that's done, okay. Boom. Struct. Debug. Struct person. Code A. Pointy thing. Name. Name. Age. U8. Name and age are never read. Huh. Let age, let name, age. The problem with the derive is there is no control over how the result looks. Even if I want this to show a 7, print now. Interesting. Let's see. What is this error? Fields in distress. Warning. One warning admitted. I wonder if it'll still let me run it. Oh, so I guess it was maybe warning. Name, fed honey. I wonder if there's a way I could ignore that. Huh? Wonder if that, or that might, no, that gave me a warning last time. Yeah, wonder how that's done. How to make that. Oh, okay, so that's what it is. So I separate it here. This doesn't necessarily be, and then these have to be connected. Hello world, person, name, fed honey, age 69. Variables can't have spaces. The compiler thinks it's another thing. All right, yes, nice, awesome. I learned. I had a aha moment. That's what it is. We love aha moments. Name Peter, age 27. Name fed honey, comma, age 69, comma. Based. Okay. One can manually implement format display to control the display. See also attributes derivatives from the structure. Okay, next. Display. Format debug hardly looks compact and clean, so it is often advantageous to customize the output of the appearance. This is done by manually implementing format display, which uses the curly brackets print maker. Implementing looks like this. Important. Via use the format module to make it available. Use std format. Define a structure for, at line 9, you are defining a string. It is a type of variable that represents text. The names cannot contain some characters. However, the content can. There are a lot of types of variables. Nice. Line 9. Oh, let name fed honey. Let age 69. The fed honey. So person let fed honey. String is text. Int is number. Bool is true or false. So string is text, like stuff that you print. You will find in Rust types of ints, like U8 is the age. Okay. U8 is an unsigned type of int. Okay. Interesting. So what is explain like I'm 5 int for rust. Normally things inside double quotes are strings. Signed. Damn, I can't read. Don't worry too much about signed and unsigned. Oh, okay, okay. I'm like overthinking about it. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? My brain's like, what does that mean? Basically, int is just a number. Oh, okay. So let me go back. String is text. So string is a text. Int is a number. Bool is true or false. So like bool is like something that is either true or false. U8 is an unsigned type of int. Normally things inside double quotes are strings. Don't worry too much about signed and unsigned right now. Basically, int is just a number. Oh, okay, awesome. Thank you. So FMT debar how to explain stuff like display. Okay. Define a structure for which format display will be implemented. This is a tuple struct named structure that contains an I32. Struct structure I32. To use the colon marker, the trait format display must be implemented manually for this type. Implement format display for structure. This trait requires a format with this exact signature. Function format self f and mute format FMT formatter format result. Write strictly the first element into the supplied output. The stream F returns format results, which indicates whether the operation succeeded or failed. Note that write uses syntax which is very similar to println. Write FLN. Okay. 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 Format display may be cleaner than format debug, but this is presents a problem for the STD library. How should ambiguous types be displayed? For example, for the if the STD library implemented a single style for all vects, what style should it be? Would it be either of these two? Vec path, etc. Home username bin split on that. Vec number 123 split on colon. No, because there is no ideal style for all types, and the STD library doesn't presume a dictated one. Format display is not implemented for vect or for any generic containers. Format debug must be then used for these generic cases. This is not a problem though, because for any new container type, which is not generic, format display can't be implemented. Use stdv format, ignore import format. A structure holding two numbers debug will be derived, so the result can be contrasted with display. Debug struct min max I64 implemented to display for the min max. Implemented format display for min max. Fn format self f mute formatter format result. Use the self numbers to refer to each position data points. Write f curly brackets, self0, self1, define structure where the fields are numeral comparison. Okay, similarly implementing display for our point 2D. Interesting. Compare struct display, min, max, min, okay, display, okay. So format display has been implemented, but the format binary has not, and therefore cannot be used. STD format has many such traits, and each requires its own implementation. This is detailed further under ST format. Activity. After checking the output above the example, use the point2D struct as a guide to add a complex struct to the example. When printed in the same way, the output should be display 3, 2, 1, debug complex. Okay. Interesting. Let's see. Where is it? Okay. Program a guessing game. Let's jump into Rust by working through a hands-on project together. This chapter introduces you a few common Rust concepts by showing you how to use them in a real program. You'll learn about let match methods, associated functions, external crates, and more in the following chapters. We'll explore these ideas in more detail. This chapter is you'll just practice the fundamentals. When implemented, a classic beginner programmer problem is a guessing game. Here's how it works. The program will generate a random integer between 1 and 100, and then it will prompt the player to enter a guess. After the guess is entered, the program will indicate whether the guess is too low or too high. If the guess is correct, the game will print a congratulations message and exit. The answer should be always 69. Setting up a new project. Oh, nice. We're gonna go to the CLI for this one. I'm gonna do clear. Okay. So we're gonna do a cargo new. GUES. This what was it? Game. CD. GU, guessing game, LS. Okay. There's my source, my git core, cargo toml. Okay. Package. The first command, cargo new, takes the name of the project, guessing game, as the first argument. The second command changes new project directory. Look at the general generated cargo tom image. We're just going to cat that out real quick. Do we need to do anything? Looks beautiful. Version 0.1.0.0, boy. That's a big goon right there. As you saw in chapter 1, cargo generates a new hello program for you to check out the source main file. Okay, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna go cd, or I can just do sudo nano src main rs print hello. Okay, base. Now let's compile hello world game program, run the game, set up cargo run command. Yeah, we know that. We're gonna delete. F. We're gonna start with use std io. FN main. It's gonna take so much longer to do. FN main. Print ln. All right. Print ln. Guess the number. Print ln. Maybe some spacing. Ln. Do. Put your in. Put your number. Guess. Bitch. You always gotta put bitch on anything. Put your number, guess, bitch. Put your number, guess, bitch. No expression. That just looks. It looks It looks too angry. We need to be chill. Chill time. Chill moments, man. Okay, so put your number. Guess the number, bitch. But yeah. I should figure out how to make like gambling sites in Rust, but just be a dick. They're like, bet retard. Gamble all your winnings away. You don't need a mortgage. Okay. Let's go down. Let mut gus equals string. Compound new. Semicolon. Oh, forgot my semicolons. Dun. STDIN. Okay. Let's go here. IN. Dot read line. Yes. Expect expect failed to read line. Uses Vim. Use Vim re. I can't exit. I'll be in stream the whole time, man. Re. I wouldn't be able to ever exit this live stream. I'd be here for. I'd have the longest live stream in existence. Okay. Semicolon that. Making the world safer with Rust, though. With a person that can't spell, so it won't be safer. I'll be the first Rust developer to literally make unsafe Rust code. You guessed. And then, ooh, forgot that. You guessed. I just really want to become a developer, so what's that? What are you doing? I can't see. I don't know what that means. So you can't escape the chat, Wyclef87. Also, I see nothing after the word escape, and you posted a blank message. It's kind of, should get that. You should get your keyboard checked out. Maybe some of your buttons are broken. GUESS. Okay. Guess. Okay. My message to them though will be I hate you. At least Nano isn't soy dev though, if I were using VS Code. I was just using VS Codium, so I can't really talk shit about that. There is a text editor that I liked using. It was Rust based. It's Zig based or Rust based. It's one of the two. Okay. Guess the number, bitch. Guess the number. Okay. Base. Motherfucker, I'm using a HSI 4 Dell laptop. Oh, so you can't HSI 4. What is that, like a $5 laptop? AJ Sun? Mm-hmm. Wow, that's from 2006. We're not talking about it. I'm not talking about that. That's from 2006. Okay. What is your laptop from 2006? I found someone make a comment about something HSI-4. Is that you from 2006? Okay. I'm clearly lying. I'm totally not on a ThinkPad. All Linux users are on ThinkPads. It's how they're... Guess equals string new. Okay. Let mute. String read mute guess. Expect failed to read line. Okay. The code contains a lot of information, so let's go over it line by line to obtain users user input and then print results as an output. We need to bring IO input output libraries into scope. The IO library comes from the standard library known as std. Use std IO input output. By default, Rust has a set of items defined in the standard library that brings into scope of every program. This is called the prelude. As you can see, everything in the standard library documentation. If a type you want to use isn't in the prelude, you have to bring that type into scope explicitly with a use statement using the std : IO. Library provides you with a number of useful features, including the ability to accept user input. That's nice. I didn't know that. So, as you saw in chapter 1, the main function is the entry point of the program. fn main. I skipped chapter 1, apparently. Did I? I did. Oh, okay. What the fuck? If a type you want to use is the pre okay. The fn syntax declares a new function. The parentheses indicate there are no parameters, and the curly brackets starts the body of the function. As you learned in chapter 1, println is a macro that prints a string to the screen. Println, guess the number 1, println, please input your guess. The code is pointing to a prompt stating when the game is and requesting input from the user. Storing values and variables. Next, we'll create a variable to store the user input like this. Let mute guess equals string new. Now the program is getting interesting. There's a lot going on in the line. We use the let statement to create the variable. Here's another example. Let apple equal 5. This line creates a new variable named apples and binds it to the value of 5. In Rust, variables are immutable by default, meaning HSIO. Oh, hold on. HSI is ranking on how your device bears against security threats. Meme hardware such as Librem have HFSIO. HSI 0. HSI is ranking on how devices meme hardware. Motherfucker, I'm using a HSI 4 Dell laptop. Oh, are you using like an enterprise level laptop? I believe enterprise laptops are like enterprise Dell laptops have like really good security from what I understand. Like if somebody was to get like a laptop, enterprise level laptops, enterprise Dell laptops and Windows Pro is apparently the way to go. If I remember correctly. Okay. Now the programming is getting history. Okay, the line creates a new variable. Apples, it won't change. In Rust, variables are immutable by default, meaning once they are given a variable value, it won't change. We'll be able to discuss in this concept detail in the variables and immutability section in chapter 3. To make it variable immutable, we add mut before the variable name. Let apples 5 immutable. Let mute bananas 5 mutable. So immutable means it can't change. Mutable means it's changed. So the 5 could change in this theoretical. Oh, so that makes sense now. Oh, okay. I'm learning. Let mute guess. String new. So that means the let mute means that they can pick anything. There's nothing determined by the string new, like by this guess part. Let mute guess. It can change. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Wow. And you leave the Librem alone, man. It's the most secure laptop. Says they're the ones that say. It's funny when companies were like, we're the most secure. Once they start saying that, I'm like, red flag. I hope it's not hyper bloat. What window manager is this? Oh, what's my desktop? It's not Hyperland. It's Garuda's newest one. I forget what it's called. I didn't like it at first, but I ended up after a while. After a while, I was like, I kind of like it. It is Mocha. It's a Cat-person pastel themed KDE. It's KDE. It's just a pastel KDE in desktop environment. I use Wayland because I have issues. Librem is endorsed by the GNU, and GNU is terrible, so Librem is bad. /s. Okay, well that Librem part is true. That is true. We respect GNU/Linux in this chat. The Free Software Foundation just needs to adopt Rust for everything. They need to remove their hate for Rust and bring it back. And then the respect of the security community will be behind them. Okay, so I'm starting to understand. Okay, note the // syntax starts a comment that continues until the end of line. Rust ignores everything in comments. We'll discuss this in chapter 3. Man, chapter 3 is apparently sexy. Okay, well, returning to the guessing game program, you know that let me guess will introduce a mutable variable named guess. The equal sign tells Rust we want to bind something to that variable now. On the right of the equal sign is the value that guess is bound to, which is the result of calling string new, a function that returns a new GNU/Linux, more like bloat/Linux/s, is bound to, which the result of the calling string new, a function that returns an instance of a string. String is a type provided by the standard library that is growable, UTF-8 encoded bit of text. All my homies use Alpine. Do you even use Alpine? Are you an Alpine enjoyer? Alpine on CubesOS. Is that a thing? Someone in my Discord chat was talking about Alpine on CubesOS. Alpine Linux is considered for CubesOS, particularly in a template and a discussion potentially replacing Fedora and DOM0 with Alpine due to its minimal footprint and security features. Someone in my Discord chat, very cool, very somewhat knowledgeable of cubes, was talking about how there is a cubes a plan for there are people that want to bring what do you call it, Wayland to cubes, and also changing DOM0 with like something like KDE Plasma or like that isn't like XCE, or different types of distros where you can distro hop DOM0. No, I'm a Gen 2 and Void Miso enjoyer, for real. Sounds like an Alpine user. Alpine Linux is considered Alpine Linux I'll consider, so when I retire my laptop, I will consider putting Gen 2 on it. I don't plan on retiring it anytime soon, but I do want to get core boot at some point and use it. So I do plan on in the future taking my old laptop and not putting it to e-waste. I do plan on putting something on it. It was either going to be Kali Linux or Alpine is based. Either would be either Kali Linux or Gen 2 or Void, or I'll just go to like Distro Watch, my favorite website on the planet, to find Linux about Linux. Ooh, interesting. Oh, Dragonfly BSD project has published its first update in over 2 years. Nice, based. That's not Hebrew XFCE. Okay, how do you pronounce XFCE then? Do I say it wrong? I know I mispronounced one of the letters because the letters fuck me up, man. I'm gonna be honest. OpenSUSE. I believe OpenSUSE is actually very secure too. I think OpenSUSE is done. I think it's Tumbleweed. Kali Linux. Ew. Kali Linux is cool. I enjoy it. Don't be a hater. The OpenSUSE project has announced availability of I think it's OpenSUSE. Void is so based. I love it. Put Void if you don't like Gen 2. I would prefer. I mean, I've used Void and I used Redcore, which is based on Gen. It's Redcore is just easier Gen 2, and I liked it. I had some issues with running it in virtual machine, so I just installed it for like a couple days, and I was like, oh, this is cool. If I ever wanted to go, no, you pronounced XC. Now you pronounced XFCE. Yeah, no, I know. I say XF like EC or something, or AC. I'm dyslexic, my dog, and retarded. OpenSUSE has announced the availability of OpenSUSE 16 beta, a development snapshots reviewing. I've actually only used OpenSUSE like once, and I liked it. Surprisingly, I just never stuck with it. My box, nice. Look how clean that looks. That's a beautiful. See, I install Linux based on the wallpaper, and the wallpaper only. But this looks very nice, very clean. Oh, nice. I think that's conky. Yeah, it is conky. Nice, based. Arduino OS, an Ubuntu-based distributor, provides a GNOME desktop which has been themed and styled to resemble Windows 11. No, why would you want that? God, that sounds terrible. 4M Linux project has released. I forgot what this is. A light distro, right? 4AM Linux is a miniature Linux distribution focused on capabilities maintenance as the system rescue live CD. Okay, nice. Parabola, for real. What is the number one right now? Mint. I don't get the Mint thing. I hate Pop OS. Cashy OS was okay. I didn't mind it. MX Linux never used it. Endover, I used it, did not like it. I hate Manjaro. Zorin was cool. I thought it was kind of weird to pay for Linux, but it wasn't the first time I ever did. I paid for Element. FreeBSD, guys. True free and open source. Independent, based in the US, origin US. Yeah, based. Nice. Tuxedo. I have not heard good things about Tuxedo. I think they're cool though. That they ship Linux laptops, but I don't know if I would trust their OS. Where is? Did you ever use Funtoo? Trisquel. Have you ever used Funtoo though? Look, Fun OS, guys. It's Ubuntu, based on Ubuntu and Debian. Funtoo is an Ubuntu-based Linux distribution which features the JWM graphical user interface. The project is intended to be more lightweight than the official Ubuntu Community Edition while providing the same application compatibility with hardware support. Nice. Very clean background. Installable. Void, look, Void at the bottom. Void Linux. Oh, it came from Spain. That's why it's called Void Linux, because that sounds depressing. Void is an independently developed general purpose operating system based on the monolithic Linux kernel. It features a hybrid binary source package management system which allows users to quickly install, update, and remove software, or build software directly from the source with the help of the XBPS source package collection. No, I have not used any of the Gen 2 based distros, excluding Chrome OS, I guess. Chrome OS is based on Gen 2? Cap. For real? Chrome OS is based on Gen 2, using Gen 2's package manner, portage, and Gen 2 based cheroots. The decision was made because it needed to support board-specific builds, and improved tools became more urgent, and the portage was found to be a suitable need. However, while portage continues to be used for the package management, and recent virtual Chrome OS are based on Google customized Linux kernel. No, just the go to the Void docs. They explain their name. They were making it comes from the C void function. Oh. I used Void Linux once and I liked it. It was cool. What is the hate for glibc, dog? The void docs utility. Documentation news home. Void is developed in Spain from a handful of developers, generally considered stable enough for daily use. We do this for fun and hope the world. The name void comes from the sea, the literal void. It was chosen rather than randomly, and is void and is void of any meaning. Chromos is Gentoo based. It was initially meant to be Ubuntu based. Good thing they didn't do that. I just remember finding this. Fun2 Linux. I don't think it's being developed anymore. I think it's done. Right? It's... Bro, you're so blind. I know. You also used the wrong UR. Checkmate! Wayland Harvester. To submit, okay. The Harvester concept, Harvest exists as a branch of Kik fixups, which is listed on the top of this page. It is used to generate full meta repo containing experimental changes. These changes, okay. With Harvester, we aim to make community better, testing easier, accelerate development, make things a little bit more fun. Interesting, okay, based. Cool. Oh yeah, it was. Everyone, all things come to an end. Decided to end the Fun2 project. Fun2 started as a philosophy fun community. RIP Fun. So no rollback protection. Chrome OS has verified boot implementation of the Nexus 6P and the Pixel 1, so no rollback protection, but still full verified boot. Android security. No, Fun2 is still maintained. It died for a bit. Oh, okay. That's cool, though. Before we continue with Rust, let's read on Android security. Overview, security, privacy, physical safety. Okay, security. Okay. Oh, interesting. Let's go to the docs. You know, it's funny. People talk shit about the fact that I have a Pixel, and I tell them my reasoning for it, like why secure Android. Let's do this. I think it's like Android security overview. There we go. Android uses DM verified or something for that verified boot implementation. Okay, yeah. Let's see if we can find it. Verified boot. Okay. This might be outdated though. Starting March 27th. Oh. So, but people do talk shit that I use for whatever reason that I use a Pixel, and I explain my reason, and they think it's weird. They're like, "Why do you care?" They're go to features. I found it. Verified boot strives to ensure all executed codes comes from a trusted source, usually device OEMs, rather than from an attacker or a corruption. It establishes a full chain of trust, starting from hardware-protected root of trust, interesting, to the bootloader, to the boot partition and other verified partitions, including system, vendor, and optionally OEM partitions. During the device boot up, each stage just verifies the integrity and authenticity of the next stage before handing over the execution. In addition to ensuring the device is running in safe version of Android, Verify Boot checks the correct version of Android with rollback protections. That's what you were talking about. Okay, interesting. Gonna figure what that is. Rollback protections. Even with a completely secure update process, it is possible for a non-present Android kernel exploit to manually install an older, more vulnerable version of Android. So kind of like a downgrade attack, if what I'm understanding. A version of Android, reboot into the vulnerable version, and then use the Android version to install a persistent exploit. For there, the attacker permanently owns the device and can do anything, including disable updates. That's insane. The protection against this class of attack is called a rollback protection. Rollback protection is typically implemented by using a tamper evidence storage to record the most recent version of Android and refusing to boot. Android, if it's lower than the recorded version, the version is typically tracked on a partition basis. For more details on ABV handles rollback protection, see the ABV README. Interesting. Okay. Based. Okay. Android 4.4 rollback protection helps prevent possible exploit from becoming present by ensuring devices only update to newer versions of Android. In addition to verifying the OS, Verify Boot also allows Android devices to communicate with their state integrity to the user. Nice. Android 4.4 supports Verify Boot and the ʻɡɜːrkɪn. Oh, interesting. What is this? Is that what you were talking about? Oh, okay. This is what I want to read. Android 4.4 and higher supports Verify Boot through the optional device mapper variety, DM variety kernel feature, which provides transparent integrity checking of the blocked device. DM variety helps prevent persistent rootkits that can hold onto a root privilege and compromise device. This feature helps Android users be sure when booting the device it is in the same state than it was last used. Potentially harmful applications, PHAS, with root privilege can hide from detection programs and otherwise mask themselves. The rooting software can do this because it is often more privileged than the detectors, enabling the software to lie to the detection program. Interesting. The DM variety feature Verity? I think I'm saying that word wrong. I'm retarded. Features let you look at the block device, the underlying storage layer, and the file system and determine if it matches its expected configuration. Doing this uses a cryptographic hash tree. For every block, typically 4 kilobytes. 4K, I think that's what, 4 kilobytes, or for every block 4 kilobytes or kilobits or whatever. There is a SHA-256 hash. Oh, I did not know this. Interesting. Because of the hash value are stored in a tree pages, only the top level root hash must be trusted to verify the rest of the tree. The ability to modify of the blocks would be equivalent to breaking the cryptographic hash. See the following diagram for the differential display. So layer 3, layer 2, layer 1, layer 0. Triple hash. A public key is introduced at the boot partition, which must be verified externally by the device manufacturer. That key is used to verify the signature for the hash and the confirm of the device system's partition to protected and unchanged. So layer 0 has to make sure layer 1's good, and layer 2 has to make sure layer 1 is good. 0 has to go to 1, 1 verifies 0, 2 verifies 1, layer 3 verifies 2. Am I right or am I wrong? A public key is included on the boot partition, must be verified externally by the device's manufacturer. Interesting. Operation. DM verify protection lives in the kernel, so if rooting software compromises the system before the kernel comes up, it retains that access. To mitigate this risk, most manufacturers verify the kernel using a key burned into the device. This key isn't changed, and once the device leaves the factory. Manufacturers use keys to verify the signature on the first level bootloader, which in turn verifies the signature on a subsequent level, the app bootloader, eventually the kernel. Each manufacturer wishing to take the advantage of Verify Boot should have a method for verifying the integrity of the kernel, assuming the kernel has been verified. When the kernel can look at the block and device and verify its mount. I would try to implement this on a regular Linux, but then I would fail. What do you mean? Why would you fail? One way of verifying block device is to directly hash its device. One way of verifying block devices directly is compared to store value. However, attempting to verify an entire block device can take an extended period of time and consume much of the device's power. Devices would take longer periods to boot, and they've been significantly drained prior to use. Instead, DM Verity verifies block individually and only when each one is accessed. When read into memory, the block is hashed in parallel. The hash is then verified up the tree. And since reading the block is such an expensive operation, the latency introduced by this block level verification is completely comparatively nominal. If verification fails, the device generates an I/O input-output error indicating the block can't be read and appears as if the file system is corrupted as expected. Apps may choose to proceed without the resulting data, such as when those results aren't required to the app's primary function. However, the app can't continue without the data if it fails. Like, DMV seems very easy, but it may be hard to actually do. I wonder if there's any old videos of Graphene OS. I would... Maybe. Android 7.0 and higher improves robustness with forward error correcting, FEC. The SFC implementation starts with a common, I love Reed Solomon, error correcting code, and applies a technique called interleaving to reduce space overhead and increase the number of corrupt blocks that can be removed. For more details, strictly enforce verify with error correction. This is why I say, like, people talk shit about Google, but guy, they got some really smart people in this place that are making this work. It's very cool. Oh, there. Hi, you still got PinePhone? I do have the PinePhone still. Sugar. Sagar. Oh, okay. Don't buy PinePhones. They're fine. I think they're cool for what they are. Wyclef, don't be so paranoid. Just please. They're big memes. They are, but they're cool. They're cool to have. I would never use a Pinephone for daily. I would never use a Pinephone in place of like Graphene OS secure phone. It's cool to have. I think it's a cool concept. It's a cool idea. I know they use insecure hardware, and obviously it's probably worse than desktop Linux. But it's very cool. You can run Gen 2 on the Pinephone. There's an official document for it. You can run Void Linux is making something for the Pinephone. Where is it called? What's it called? Hold on. Where is it? It's called Oedipus OS. Is a fork of Void Linux with a custom fork of XFCE called Genesis, and the default. Yeah. Huawei iPhone would have better security and privacy than that. Huawei. That's funny. I'm an OS mobile and hardware and electrical and AI enthusiast. Want to be friends? We could do cool stuff. Yeah, sure. You can. You can join the Discord and always message me there. Man, I can't. I don't know. I don't know the last time Void already supports Pinephones. Yeah, you can put like regular Void, but if you actually want, this is like OedipusOS.com, but their download page has been around for fucking ever. Speaking of void, they do some hardening by default, which is cool. Yeah, I gotta read on like the difference, like why musil is like a better option. I think there's someone explained it. Like this is like their. Oh, run it is used for the init system. No, I need a netpro.pro already installed, and I need full power of Linux. I need I need for the NetHunter Pro. What do you mean? I'm confused on your question. And I need full power Linux. There's some Linux devices that are coming out, like handhelds that are releasing sometime this year. It's pretty cool. Okay, Musil libc, which focuses on standard compliance and correctness, has its first-class support that allows users to build components from Musil systems statically, which is not to be practical on glibc systems. Okay, run it is issued for no, not Musil. They do some kernel hardening, and they also compile packages with a bunch of hardening flags. Oh, okay. This allows Void to support Musil as a second libc choice, which would not be possible with System D. A side effect of this core system is clean, efficient operating small code base. Okay, Void is developed. Okay, interesting. Manual pages. Acknowledgements, news, download packages. What can I game? Can I game? Oh, history. 1.1. Knowledge of the ancients gapped from the Git logs themselves. When I go through it, I'll read through their documentation and everything. It sounds cool. Let's see what Android does for security though. As a part of the Android security model, use the security enhanced Linux, SEL Linux to enforce mandatory access control all over the process. Even the process running with the root superuser privileges, Linux capabilities. Many companies and organizations have contributed to Android's SE implementation with SE Linux. Android can better protect and confine system services, control access to application data and system logs, reduce the efforts of malicious software, and protect users from potential flaws in code mobile device. SE operates on the principle of default denial. Anything not explicitly allowed is denied. SE can operate in two global modes. Permissive mode, which permission denials are logged but not enforced. Enforced mode, which permission denials are both logged and enforced. Android includes this SE enforcing responses. Okay, interesting. Background. Wow. The Android security model is based on the concept of application sandbox. Each application runs its own sandbox prior to Android 4.3. Actually, let's go, baby. Hell yeah, baby. Each application runs in its own sandbox prior to Android 1.3. These sandboxes were defined by the creation of a unique Linux UID for each application at the time of installation. Android 3 and later uses SE Linux, SEL Linux, it's SE Linux. Why am I saying SEL Linux? Damn that fucking capitalization. SE Linux to further define the boundaries of the Android application sandbox. In Android 0.5 and later, SE Linux is fully enforced, building on the permissive release of Android 4.3 and the partial enforcement of Android 4.4 with this change. Also, it uses F-Droid, unfortunately. NetHunter is an Android thing. Oh. I've never used that. And the partial enforcement of Android 4.0 changed with this Android shift from enforcement on a limited set of critical domains, installed, netted, Vold, and Zygote, everything more than 60 domains. Specifically, everything is enforcing mode in Android 5 and X and higher. No process other than init should run in the init domain. Any generic denial for a block device, socket device, default service indicates a device needs a special domain. Android 6 hardened the system by reducing the permissive of our policies, including better isolation between the users IOCTL filtering, reducing the threat exposure of services, further tightening the SE domains, and extremely limiting/proc access. Android 7 update SE Linux configuration further to lock down the application sandbox and reduce attack surface. This release also broke up the monolithic media server stack into smaller processes to reduce the scope of their permissions. For more details, see Protecting Android More Linux Kernel Defense and Hardening the Media Stack. Oh, Android 8. We're going to read that. And hardening Android 8. Android 8.0 updated SE Linux to work with treble. Wow, what is this? So much to read, so much cool things to read, which separates the lower level vendor code from Android system framework. This release update SE Linux policy allows the device manufacturer and system on a chip vendors to update their parts of their policy, build their images. Damn, bro, I should have started carrying privacy in 2016 and got a Nexus 6P for Copperhead OS, Graphene OS now. Yeah, you should have. And you should have also bought Bitcoin around that time too, man. What an L. Now you have 2 reminders. You didn't care about privacy and you didn't become a millionaire. Which separates the lower level from the Android system framework. This release updated lists manufacturer vendors to update their policies, build their images, then update those images independent of the platform vice versa. While it is possible to have a higher, newer platform framework version for running on the device, the opposite case is not supported. The vendor images cannot have a newer version than the platform system.image, so a newer plat version might introduce SELinux compatibility issues because of this platform SELinux policies is at a newer version than the vendor. SE Linux parts of the policy. Android 8 model provides a method to retain compatibility and to prevent unnecessary stimulus OTAs. Huh. Interesting. Hi, bro. I am leaving and found you are a humble guy. Best of luck to your YouTube. Also, next video, try teaching creating an Android broadcast receiver. Yeah, they'd be based. I do like broadcasting. I do like receiving. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by the channel. You have a wonderful time and good luck with whatever you're doing. Starting March 27th, we recommend using Android's late release instead of ASOCP main to build and contribute to the AOSP. Based. Universal Android debloater. Based. I use Universal Android debloater. It is based. Android bloatware when I do ADP PM uninstall them. I used my OnePlus had a lot of bloat on it. I used, what is it called? Android debloat. What is it? I use this. No. Yes, they did this. Basic. It's also based in Rust, guys. Based. Yes, I use this, and what is it called? There's an application you can actually use this with an application. It gives you it gives you root access without actually giving you root access. It's what's it called? It starts with an S. But this is a really good tool. I generally tell people to use this. This is the complete rewritten of Rust of the UAD project, which aims to improve privacy and battery performance. And I just pretty much tell someone if you bought your phone from like AT&T, Verizon, or T-Mobile, or any of these people, and they have a lot of bloatware, or if you have a lot of bloatware in Samsung, and you just want to fucking remove these apps that aren't allowed, I generally just tell people to use this. It's actually a super cool program. You cannot break your device with this software. That's the main point, right? Root access without root access. I don't know how to describe it. It allows you to run this. It's like an F-Droid app. Starts with an S. It gives you the ability. I don't know how to describe it, man. Or what was its name? Yes, Shizuku. I don't know if I'm describing what it's doing is right, but that's how. Hey, I didn't find you. Discord, could you just share? Could you just share? Yeah. Hold on. It's on my YouTube. Samsung has good hardware security. Graphene OS wants to support them, but then again, you've eFuse BS. Yeah, probably. Sagar, here's my link tree. Does Samsung have good hardware security? I hear security Knox is not good. There was Kanta. Thank you. See you. Yeah, not a problem, man. You have a good day. There was Kanta that let you debloat it without. Yeah, that's what I used. That's what it was. I think that's what his name. Yes, you're correct. Stay connected, protected, and productive. Discover the Knox security platform. We'll read this. I thought Knox was not good, in my opinion. From what I've read, someone said security. Samsung Knox is what is spelled S with the S stands for security. Knox, the S stands for security in Knox or something. Like someone said it was not good. And then they explain. I don't remember what the explanation was. I just remember, I vaguely remember reading and someone explaining in a forum that Samsung's hardware security is bad. Wonder if I can continue. I can find it. No, it wasn't Reddit. Hmm. Samsung. If I find it, I'll bring it up. ChatGPT are both. Well, it having it's not bad. I can't remember where I read it. But when I find it, I'll bring it up to you. From Graphene OS, Samsung. They explain it clearly. It meets the requirements. Let's see. EthOS. GrapheneOS provided a link to their documentation, but we do not have a side-by-side comparative. EthOS is forked from LineageOS. Would recommend basing it on ASP directly to avoid the LineageOS changes. Oh. Bro, this is super old. This is like 2023. This is only 2 years ago, man. Pixels are by far the most secured Android device. I hope you can read chat. And then type from GrapheneOS Samsung. I will. I'll get to that. But this is only like 2 years old. Not barely. Actually, 2 years old to the month. Pixels are by far the most secured Android devices overall. The only devices with production quality alternative OS support. It's very rare for devices to provide full Android security patches rather than only providing the mandatory patches and constantly being very late. It's very rare for OEMs to bother with implementing recommended security features beyond what mandatory certification. They also obviously severe security issues for anything not directly tested for the certification. Pixels use Trust OS as their TEE and Secure Core OS, which is much better than traditional options. They use OpenTitan as the basis for the RISC-V. RISC-V mentioned, by the way. Titan M2. They implement all of the ASCP supported secure elements integration, including Weaver, CR frequent hash, and much more. I gotta see what Weaver is. They put in effort to properly isolating components like radios and verifying they're secure. Protect Zero's recent offensive research into Samsung modem was likely done because Pixels. Most OEMs do bare minimum work on security and wait for external people to find the issues. Pixels are certainly not perfect, and we ideally want to have our own device where we have more control over the ship firmware patches faster based on our faster release cycles. Pixels are the only viable choice at the moment, though. Nothing else meets our basic standards. Android device, that is true. There are non-Pixel devices we might consider close to meeting our requirements, but the OEMs run it by preventing installing other OSs or not properly supporting it. For example, Samsung chipset cripples the device functionality, including security, if you unlock it and can only lock it with stock. Samsung is also aggressive about it that locking your device with the stock OS after unlocking it doesn't restore all the functionality. It permanently cripples the unlocking it, which burns a fuse. It also voids the warranty, so they offer referred as it is a warranty bit fuse. That's shitty practice. I mean, I'm not saying that they're insecure by much in general, but that's pretty shitty practice. GrapheneOS form Samsung. What is your opinion on Samsung X covers security with 7 years of updates? How far is the devices like S24 from meeting? Let's read this. 2024 October. So hard to answer. Simple. Following GrapheneOS, how far is requirements for? Doesn't meet like 1/4 of them, 3/4, or maybe 99%. Issues with Samsung devices is they don't provide a proper alternative OS support. It cripples the device security. In addition to the comment on Samsung, I found that it was worth noting. Installing GrapheneOS uses the official support of installing another OS. It doesn't involve rooting, and it isn't rooted. Pixels have official alternative OS support, and the reference device for Android open source project development. Installing GrapheneOS on a Pixel doesn't void the standard manufacturer warranty or Google Store warranty. It's fully supported. This is almost entirely unique to the Pixels in the Android world. We mainly use them for security reasons, though. So our Pixels, my God, not on the forums. What's wrong with the forums? Pixels are by far the most secure Android device combined with having the best alternative OS support. We would be willing to accept worse alternative OS support, including voiding the warranty after installing GrapheneOS, but we are not willing to give up having proper security patches and security features. Other Android devices aren't competitive with the iPhone security. Samsung is trying, but they have too many features. too many apps and too many devices and too many OS forks. This is something that I have been saying for the longest time on the end part. Just throwing this out there. Samsung has too many fucking devices and way too much bloat. Fuck Samsung's bloat. This is my hate for Samsung. And the thing is, Samsung itself, Samsung is such a big vendor in the United States that people don't even acknowledge Android. They don't say, oh, you have an Android. They're like, you have a Samsung. Or, I want to switch to Samsung. Samsung is synonymously used with the word Android. People don't even understand what Android is. They're like, do you have a Samsung? Like, people will be like, do you have an Android? And I'm like, yeah, I have a Pixel. They're like, oh. Well, what is Samsung? I'm like, that's Android. I hate Samsung's bloat. It's terrible. And I could go off over Samsung's internet browser, which is fucking dog shit. And I'll even go farther, that the amount of ads that I see on Samsung devices in my life, oh God, just gives me fucking chills. Kim hardening. Sus? We're gonna go back to Rust, no worry. We're gonna do news in a minute, and then Rust, which is based. This was from 2024. Let's go down to October. Sorry, I don't know, and I don't know how to find this kind of information. I think general consensus security community is Google Pixel phones with Graphene OS are the most secure and the only ones not even authorities can reliably break into. But Google Pixel's running stock OS as well as iPhones. What was the whole point of OP asking for input for those who know? Is there by chance a tool that can check if hardware features from a system? Graphene OS, be respectful. Oh, don't say retard. No respect. As a Samsung advocate, perhaps you, is this you right here? Yclept87, are you D0? As a Samsung advocate, perhaps you might post a list of items you believe are satisfied. My vague sense is that Samsung isn't up to prompt about shipping upstream security fixes, but maybe I'm wrong. The Android 15 release includes security fixes, and are Samsung devices shipping with Android 15 yet? If not, what is the project? Is Samsung shipping memory pointer tagging? I don't think so, but definitely don't have time to do the feature reach everything similar to the device. Perhaps you can look into the issues in the Graphene OS report back. As a Samsung advocate, it's very simple calculation actually. Since alternative OS support is 100% requirement, the lack of therefore means 0%. The last step isn't something that can be measured because the other 20 requirements already met. It's like building a car without an engine. It might be missing one part, but that part being one of the Steam needs after. I don't trust that. I'm gonna do that later. That popped up out of nowhere. Me thinks I'm being compromised. I've been hacked, guys. Okay. This was late October. Oh, November, so even later. What kind of nonsense is this? The secure folder was already known to have CV a few years ago, even pretty recently. In terms of kernel update, it's still not on par with Graphene OS, which uses the latest GKI LTS branch version. For Pixel 8 series, Graphene OS is ahead of Samsung and even Pixel with stock OS. No, my face when I was a privacy normie for a bit, so I had no idea much about the security of these devices. My face when I was a privacy bit, so I had no idea much about the security of these. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people do. They just get something they like. The security is always an afterthought. I mean, oh God, yeah. The bloat from Samsung just makes me angry. Sometimes I don't think about security. I think about usability, like user friendliness. I have a Samsung XS cover and has been the best device I ever owned. It comes with more pros and cons, 7 years of software updates, SD card, headphone jack, all these no flicker removable battery, iPhone style action button, IP68 5G with all the band's best modems. Only comes in black, no wireless charging. Yo, bring back removable batteries though, and headphone jack. All my homies hate manufacturers that remove headphone jacks. Can't exploit Bluetooth if it doesn't exist. Is Samsung Knox better? Nowadays, Knox is essentially just branding for standard security features. Pixels have better hardware than security Galaxy phones, but Galaxy phones have nearly all of what we need. They just don't allow us to use Pixels, but they could start allowing it. Oh, interesting. From 2023. Damn. That's a massive security feature. They sell phones that are basically just stock Android, though they basically lack updates. Nokia has like literally stock Android. Dude, this is the best Nokia phone in terms of security. I forgot Nokia makes smartphones. The brick phone. This is what we need to back. The Nokia 3110. Looking to moving from an iPhone to a brick phone, but I don't want to give up signal. Exploring the Punkit phone. Oh God. Someone I think said the Punkit phone in the Graphene OS's chat. Someone said that the Punkit see, I'm not wrong. What are you not wrong about? No, what I just read that I don't think that they, from what I've read, they're not. It's Samsung is the second closest. They meet the requirements, but they also don't for a lot of other reasons. And they even said that security Knox isn't. They don't have hardware memory tagging, I believe, which is a requirement from them. If I was. And Pixel 8 added hardware memory tagging, which is now one of our requirements. This is a massive feature not available on Pixel. Not available. Damn it! Nokia 33 is the best phone because you can break it to the floor with it. Yeah, you don't need security, really. iPhones are non-Pixel iPhones. MediaTek added it to their new system of chips, so hopefully Qualcomm does so most Android phones at least have SOC support. Samsung. Not wrong about the Samsung thing. Oh. Oh God, I've gotten used to that Samsung thing because of that shitpost. Smash song. Knox did. Okay, let's see here. Knox did pioneer a lot of Android security features, but they ended up being standard and done better in Pixels. Samsung has gradually shifted to the standard approach, but had to keep around some cruft for backwards compatibility. There's not really much of a Knox left. 2023. Samsung phones with the stock OS were more secure than Nexus phones with stock OS, but Pixels ended up taking over them, taking them quite significantly. Samsung didn't provide a proper alternative OS support back then either, but other devices were missing most of the security features anyway. Is this the thread you're talking about? Samsung devices, oh, they took it down. They're like, we don't want. Some devices would meet every other than memory tagging requirement if they allowed an alternative OS to use their hardware-based security features. They need to launch a new device to support this, since it's highly unlikely they'll add an existing one. Interesting. 1 year before they launched the Pixel 8 and 8 Pro, June 2023. Samsung, the Samsung S4. Graphene OS briefly supported a Samsung phone when it was the best choice. If Samsung allowed an alternative OS to use the, Pixel and Galaxy phones meet our security requirements. Pixels are more secure, but we would be able to support Galaxy phones if they allowed alternative operating system hardware security. Samsung device has devices with secure elements rather than only a TEE. And on those devices, they've implemented Weaver feature. It's not as good as implementing on Pixels because of their security element is much less good than the Titan M2 chip on the Pixel 6 and later though. That was like the ancient times where Android roaming was it was big as hell. Let me find it, the Twitter quoting. Interesting. Okay, so my opinion of the Samsung is shifting. Look, I'm willing to shift. Samsung here. Dear community, I'm quite concerned the privacy and security I was hoping. In my opinion, the main thing Samsung lacks is isolation. Sure, there's a hypervisor and kernel protection, but the mainly prevent root access. What about security threats that's happening without breaking these rules, such as data leaks, errors, and erode your privacy? Samsung smartphones have Google Play services deeply embedded, just like most phones, which by itself is a security issue. It spies on everything you do. With support from the OS, and if the app is compromised, the OS will do nothing to stop it. What exactly makes you think Apple will be an improvement? Thanks for coming here and asking such a question. It's great to know more people out there are looking to secure mobile devices. If privacy and security is your main concern, Graphics is probably your best choice. You can check out features. Samsung has all the major security features we need, with the exception of hardware memory tagging being missing on the Snapdragon device. If they allow it to properly support the devices, they have several non-Snapdragon device pretty close to meeting our requirements. Interesting. Apple will totally lock you into their ecosystem. You can't sideload apps. You can actually sideload apps with Apple if you pay them a developer fee, I believe. What is Weaver? The page provides more secure fingerprint unlocking. Where's the search function? Where's the search function? Me at the function. Improve VPN leak blocking, encrypted backups. They need to get rid of fucking Seed Vault, man. I hate it. Graphics community member for including operating system. We plan on replacing it with a new implementation. The project has been taken over by another group of people who are not sharing our same approach for now. It's the best available option, so we will include it. Even if people encrypted back support, we made several security fixes to work around the upstream issues with the project. Yeah, I do not like Seed Vault. See, Samsung is not bad after all. Look, I'm here to change I'm always here to change my views. I still don't like Samsung. You can't change that part. I can still respect a project security and still not like them. Death better than OnePlus, Huawei. You leave OnePlus alone. I'm a OnePlus enjoyer. Look. There's three phones. I'm going to show you three phones I would own. This would be the first. I understand Pixel's got it. I'd get a Pixel version. This would be the first one. I would own this OnePlus, the Fold. That is a huge price tag, so don't even want to fucking look at that. If OnePlus wasn't the option, then this would be my next one. Expect the blue thing. They just let you freely roam with it like that, Pixels. OnePlus is bad. You leave OnePlus alone. I love them. This would be the next phone I would buy. So I have 3 phones that, like, I'm like, whatever. I can debloat some of it, get rid of the debloated apps, and just don't install anything important. Actually, don't install anything important. And then I would get this. Hell yeah. I would get a Sony phone. The camera on a Sony phone's gotta be fucking crazy. Yeah. Open box. Customers thinking about the Xperia 5 unlocked. Smartphone freezing the camera for taking fast. Of course. Block. Nice stupid question is that? Yeah, I would do if there were like hardened lineage build similar to Devilus, maybe I would slightly consider OnePlus to be okay. Look, it's either OnePlus, Sony, Xperia. I'd be doing this. Hell yeah. Look at that. Oh yeah, baby. That camera's got to be sexy. And it's got a headphone jack mentioned and seen. Based. Yes, they make phones. They're like they're not really sold in the US, but they're very loved by photographers. Only really weird people like Sony phones. Dude, Cat makes phones. This would be the 3rd. Cat phone. And I would only get, this would be the only flip I would get. It runs Android 11. It's either Google Pixel, iPhone, or Samsung. No, man. We're getting the Cat S22 flip. Android 11. You following? It runs 4G. I can get it runs Android, so I can get Signal to work on this. I want you to think about that one. This can run Android. Tell me that isn't secure. I really want to make a meme. Cat phone, bro, I can't. What are these names? Caterpillar. This is the construction company. I'm talking about the construction company, Cat. Isn't that crazy? Cat, the people that do bulldozers and shit. The security on this has got to be terrible. It has a Qualcomm QM Snapdragon 512. Let's see, what is this? Secure? You said it gets partial. At least a long amount of time. I know what I brought up Android 11. You're like, it partially brings up. But I could install Signal on it. You know what I'm saying? And make calls privately. Snapdragon are designed to be provided secure features for mobile device. Both processors and digital rights management are included. Technology integrated. I should have got a giant lemonade. I fucked up. Is more closely with the Snapdragon 410 rather than the same. Both processors provide reliable performance, efficiency, and secure user experience. Interesting. But are they secure now? Qualcomm to challenge MediaTek and Android Go market. Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. You're telling me you would, okay, By the way, weren't you talking about that honeypot blog or whatever? I think I found it. Tinfoil hat or honeypot blog or whatever. I'm just saying, man, dumb phone. I would, if I can get on my hands one of these really cheap, like 50, 60 bucks, I want to see if a signal on it would be good, if it would work. Because if it is, man, we found it. And if there's a honeypot blog, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember what I did 20 minutes ago, though. So I'm the wrong person. Let's look at some news. We're gonna look at some it's just literally, no, never mind. We're gonna keep those open. Keep that open. Alpine. Oh, yeah. Back to Alpine. Alpine mentioned. As of August, not official Alpine Linux template is available for testing in Cubes OS. The template was made possible thanks to contributions from the community. We should get back to that schizoid privacy website hole, though dig deeper. Fuck, I just said XD in the big 25. Huh? Oh. Yeah, the X/D. Yeah, that's Alpine Linux template, a non-official template available through testing through Cubes, developed by the community member. Cubes OS Dom 0 discussing about potentially switching from Fedora to Alpine to Dom 0 for Alpine's minimal footprint security feature. That'd be kind of cool. Interesting. Proud to share Cubes OS template builder for Alpine Linux working. Here's the repo. Nice, I'll have to check that out. Yeah, we will. We'll hop into Tor. I ain't got much to do. I ain't got much to do tomorrow, so let's see. What do I want to look at first? Oh yeah, YouTube real quick. Okay. Yeah. Remember that schizo privacy website we visited a long time ago that suggested Pale Moon? Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
They're trying to block Proton Mail in India. Google is adding...
Let's see. Introduction. I think someone did a video on easy opt-outs. Not easy opt-outs, but like data brokers that like they have like some insane privacy policies that aren't good. Highlight story. India blocks Proton Mail.
And now to the highlight story, beginning with...
Oh, is Nate not here? We will go to that schizo site though. No worries. Sources. Is this tracking me? We should look at that again. We will. We will look at the schizo site. No worries. I know. About to, and I really do. I was at the store and there was this giant fucking lemonade. Oh no! I just got an instant lobotomy. Probably. I remember that schizoid subreddit that had an obsession with Medine and Daniel McKay. Yeah. I do. Look, I think there are good people out there that make good points for security, but I want a giant lemonade. I forgot about that. The thing is, I want what is it? I want good security conversation and privacy conversation out there always. Oh no, not Henry Fisher from Tech Lore. I wonder what his community did against Daniel McKay. By the way, by obsession, I mean a bad obsession. Like they hated Madian and McKay so badly. The Tech Lore and like Daniel McKay thing was super retarded. First, I think the biggest problem is Daniel McKay does come off as an asshole, and I think it's because was Tech Lore. From what I understand, Tech Lore was just showing the speed differences, and they're like, "No, you did it wrong," or something, and it was pretty overblown. It was pretty retarded. I didn't stop using Graphene OS because of it, and I didn't stop watching Tech Lore because of it. I think Tech Lore gives decent, normie privacy advice to people that can absorb it. People call them out on like some weird shit, but I think that it's good to have a normie person be like, "Hey, use Signal. Hey, use this. Hey, use Proton. Hey, here's my experience." I think those are good things. I think now, like, if it's Tech Lore's fans, what you're talking about, that are like bashing McKay, then yeah, that kind of sucks, and it is shitty. Like when Louis Rossman said, like, "I'm not going to use Graphene OS because McKay is an asshole." I think that's retarded in itself as well. Daniel McKay might come off as an asshole, but he's getting harassed in like 5 fonts, bro. He has to be harsh and expose them. Oh, okay, well, he doesn't do any public stuff now. Yeah. And I think from what I understand, I don't know, Tech Lore has said in their that they can't even bring up the word Graphene OS without getting like hate or something. Like, they're told they're not supposed to speak about it. I don't know how true that is. They haven't showed. If someone came to me and says, "You cannot say our name," I'd show proof of that. Since he gotten harassed so badly, he has wanted to minimize it by reducing his public. Yeah, I like Daniel McKay's like viewpoints, and I get where he's coming from sometimes, because he probably gets a lot of people that, I'm not defending the way he comes off, but he probably gets a lot of like repetitive shit that hurts the project in the long term. Like, if someone came up to me and was like, "Is OnePlus secure?" Like, no. Like, I'd say no. It's probably less secure than stock Android on stock Pixel. But if I said that people, if somebody knows that and they still want to use it, that's their choice, and you should just move on from it and not think about it. It's kind of like, I don't use Windows for a lot of reasons. For my own reasons, and I take my own precautions, and I have my own threat mail. No hate. Graphene OS was so tired that they are just threatening legal action if they said the word graphene. Graphene OS was so tired that they just threatened legal action if they said the word Graphene OS. I get it. The Tech Lore's community shouldn't be harassing people and being a little bitch about it, like them just their disagreements. But at the same time, you can't always control what your community does. Even if you tell them like, "Hey, no hate, like don't do that," people are still going to make their own decisions, and it sucks. I don't agree with it. I think the whole drama is retarded, personally. It's just like, you're letting your bad experience. I've had a negative experience with, I wouldn't call it negative, but if someone was on the other end, they'd be like, "He's coming off as an asshole." But I get his reasoning, because I probably have asked a question, or I made a misconception that probably I could understand why they get annoyed with it, because a lot of people in the privacy and security space are grifters. Like, they'll make extreme like, privacy and security is a very easy thing to grift about, because people are not educated. So I get it. I get why they want to make sure that does not get nothing gets misleadingly talked about and takes away from the project. And maintaining their element server is probably super difficult because they get a lot of schizophrenic people in there that are like they think they're Edward Snowden. They're like, how can I hide from the government? And you're like, all right, man, this is a repetitive, tiring conversation, and I'm retarded. It's retarded. Kill yourself in a video game. So like, I get it. They probably have to be strict for a reason so that it keeps Techlord promotes some questionable and insecure shit. So I would not trust him for good security and privacy advice. I don't know. I'd say the hated one is way better, to be honest. He isn't flawless, but dude, the hated one did an interview with Nim VPN, and that was pretty fucking retarded. I think the hated one, and also the burrito, the best one, Def. I say Techlore gives better normie advice. I mean, these are all subjective at the end of the day. I like side of burritos. I mean, I think the only thing that Techlore has definitely said that maybe I don't agree with is I think Techlore didn't know that you could get F-Droid updates from Obtainium or something. I don't know. I think he does decent. I think he gives decent advice for the average user. His website's kind of cringe. But he's like, I think he's like a fucking graphic designer or something, or a marketer. And I think that's what he went to school for. In video production. That's why he has like educated video. Like he has very good production quality. Go Incognito. I remember this. Coaching. I remember this. Resources. VPN toolkit. I mean, the hated one said mobile operating systems were more secure than desktop ones, and he got shitted on by saying that, even though he is not wrong. He is not wrong. And he didn't redact his claim. No, he's right. Mobile operating systems are far more secure than desktop operating systems in a lot of cases. Like this. IVPN. Honest Marketing, Mulved, Honest Marketing, they tell you where they're from, outside of the 14 Eyes. The 14 Eyes, I've been told, is somewhat not fucking, it doesn't fucking matter. Warrant Canary, no logs. I mean, like, if you're a normal person and you just come in, you're like, what VPN do I want? Like, what VPN do I want? And do I want, like, these comparison tables are nice. Select up to 3 and then resize the chart by black bar on the height. I mean, it's kind of nice. Helps privacy cause. Air VPN. I forgot about these people. Pro purchase static IP, paid tiers, Voton, stuff like that. I think he gives decent updates on data breaches. That's fine. That's good. This is somewhat cringe. Let's start this is a lot of yap. Just use IVPN, Mulved. But people should have choice. I don't think that rest is just bad, or I don't know, bro. But you should have. I mean, you're gonna have choice, and why restrict it to be like use these? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if your threat model is not being private? You just want to watch anime porn in a different country, geo-restricted location. I mean, dude, let's be real. This, what's it called? Hold on. I'm going to have a fucking stroke. What is the name? Best VPN reviewer. No, you want to see a fucking weird channel? VPN Pro. Who the fuck has a literally, I forgot about this. CyberGhost is fucking owned by like the one of the biggest VPN providers. I think I can't remember the name of the Cape technology or something. There's one VPN company that owns like a ton of them. This motherfucker made a whole entire identity around VPN Pro, a website called VPN Pro. But there's even worse.
If you want to start this year with a new
cringe. Where is it? All Things Secured is super corporate cringe too. Someone said he gives like he gives bad advice, but I don't necessarily. I think he gives normie advice. God, but no, hold on.
Sometimes it feels like the only way to maintain.
Oh man, dude, I do not like his.
Last month, I spent $671.
It's like Mr. Beast. It's like the Mr. Beast. Where is it? This is such a cringe. Oh, I love this guy. You want to talk about a cool security researcher? This guy's awesome. Sun Condunson. Sun Condunson, the hated one, also had an interview with that Graphinos developer. Yeah, I listened to it. It was very cool. Very, very cool, realistic, very good privacy, very good security tips. Very cool. He likes Bitcoin, though.
Hey, Sun here. I'm a privacy and security researcher.
I like Sun, though. I like listening to his stuff. He explained PGP pretty easy. Like, I tell, if people want to know, doesn't bring shit to the table, for real. I just don't like his, I used to like him. I still like his channel anymore. I'm like, this is too. Oh, nice. GMSR Radio mentioned. What is the fucking name? Best VPN. I never find his shit when I look him up. Oh god, these thumbnails give me cancer. By the way, I need to get this. The banana pie using OpenWart. Cyber News is actually Cyber News is absolute dog water, and literally the worst fucking news site I have ever come across. It gave me brain cancer. God, these thumbnails give me anxiety. We need actually a good privacy channel. Yeah, it's me, dude. I'm the best. I'm actually me, Rob Braxman, and the hated one are the best privacy and security channels. Rob Braxman's probably number one. Oh, dude, no, I gotta find this channel, or it's gonna hurt. It's like 100K too. God, these thumbnails, dude. They're like all the same. Even though I feel like some of them are like different. Dr. VPN. Who the fuck names their channel Dr. VPN? Tom Sparks, yes, that's what it is. Damn. What is the opposite of a doctor? I need to find out what this is. The of a doctor. Because I want to make a patient. I should be patient. Mental Allah popped up randomly. Rob Raxman, I hope you're joking. No, man. Okay. If we had a tier list, I'm going to be patient. Braxman has bad security and privacy advice. Not tireless. Goddamn, I'm retarded. Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna make a template. Best security channel. Best priv and sec channel. Can I spell? No, I can't. That's what autocorrect is for. Okay. We're gonna do that. S tier, ABC tier. So we're gonna pick. So S tier. We're gonna change representation mode. Okay, yeah. We're gonna choose file. we're gonna pick pictures, and then we're gonna pick these pictures. So privacy YouTuber tier list. This is me, S tier. And then we're gonna do another one. You can't spell shit, literally. That's true. And this is Rob Braxman. He's like A tier. I'm S tier, and we're gonna do like another file. It's gonna be this one. This one is this is gonna be Mental Outlaw. He's definitely like A tier. And that's it. And that is me, Rob Braxman, Mental Outlaw, number ones. No one else, unless they come into this this chat. Then you're there. You're S. So hold on. We got to read that in a second. And then we got to go to Schizoid site. And yes, I know I can't spell. So instead of me being, Tom Sparks. There we go. Bro, I didn't even know you were Monero Chan. I am Monero Chan. Base user. Only non-paid for review. This guy gives me.
Hey guys, welcome back to.
This guy gives me icky vibes. I don't know why. Why is everyone Monero Chan? Because she's got big milkers. Oh, I forgot. So this is the channel that I want. We're gonna do a reaction of a reaction of react. Can I do a reaction if I'm not on? Why does this guy have Hassan Piker and Ethan Klein in the back of his TV? See, I'm a private security tuber. Yeah, if you have see, you're gonna make a competing one called. See, I'm not an FBI honeypot. You should put a FBI honeypot, and we'll compete. That's how we'll. So, I'm gonna review Tom Sparks' review of what Delete Me and Cognate aren't telling you. It's gonna be a reaction video of a reaction video of a reaction video. But I'm gonna sit in the corner and say nothing. That's how you become popular, right? Yo, Opera mentioned.
Hey guys, how's it going?
I wonder if I'll get a DMC. I wonder if I'll actually get. One time I don't like watching people shit sometimes because I'm like, are they gonna get butthurt and try to like strike me? Not because I think I'm important or anything. I'm just like, I get copyright strike. I got a copyright strike for a song, which is kind of funny. It said it didn't do anything to like my live stream, like it didn't demote it or like not, it didn't affect it, but I don't know, that's YouTube saying it.
My name is Tom Spark. Welcome back to another video. Today I'm making a video
He's
I
bald.
saw on YouTube that's kind of
A FBI honeypot. Yeah. See? Sandboxing security. Linux hardening guide. SE Linux guide. Yeah, but you're gonna get like 4 views. Oh god, not Opera. I'm gonna die. Opera is the most secure browser. I should have a series where I just promote like really insecure options and see people just get super mad in the comments. I should make security rage bait. That'd be super funny. Like this VPN is gonna get me. I am working on though a way to make Graphene OS like a. I have a skit in my head for a Graphene OS dumb phone. It's kind of funny. Why Graphene OS is a good dumb phone option for normies. The main browser, Opera.
going somewhat viral on Reddit, and that's called What Delete Me and Incognito Aren't Telling You. So today I have a migraine, so
I would have a migraine too if I was constantly talking about VPNs. Discount links at vpntierlist.com. What the fuck? Do you think that is somewhat I use Google Chrome with NordVPN, so I'm ultra private. But using Google Chrome does make you ultra private. And with the VPN, with an Xiaomi as my main phone because I'm super hardened. Yeah. Look, if Xi Jinping can see what you're sending out via message, you are super private. Unless you're trying to hide for Xi Jinping.
Well, I'm going to be trying to be as high energy as possibly as I can. But in this video, I just
Why does every
want to
VPN
discuss
user look like
my,
this though? Like review.
kind of response to this video. So this video makes some pretty good points, and I think some are fair, and I think some are kind of inflated. So I'm gonna be running through that in this video. So guys,
I gotta watch this man. I gotta watch this man on 2x speed. You should buy my VPN. Yeah, make a VPN and I'll buy it, man. I gotta watch this on 2x speed, or I'll lose my mind. He's talking way too slow. That's a me issue. That is a me issue though. Not 2 times, but like 1/2.
In this video is that one reason you shouldn't use Incogni and services like Delete Me is that these services really do inflate their numbers. And honestly, this guy is pretty spot on with this one. In fact, I made a video about Delete Me recently where it turns out that you actually have to pay extra that's not really disclosed on its website to get the full amount of those services removed, up to like 750 different websites. So you have to actually pay a premium plan when you sign up. And that's one reason I don't recommend Delete Me on the channel. I'm not sure exactly if this guy mentioned Delete Me specifically in that context with that pricing scheme. I don't even know if he got that far into it. But more specifically, his points kind of focus on the fact that some of these services kind of list like every single.
I think it was Consumer Reports. Consumer Reports, I can't bear a VPN review, bro. VPNs do not give you anonymity unless you pair that with browser that has fingerprinting resistance, like the Vadium or Movad browser. And you have to remember, you got to make sure that your VPN isn't leaking due to improper configuration, or your DNS leaking, or the VPN making a mistake, or them actually logging and heading over to the feds, or you having bad OPSEC, or you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I could just add so many ors to it that data broker, yeah, Consumer Reports, data broker, removal. You got to make sure you pick a good VPN provider. Yeah, you're transferring the trust from your VPN provider to the You're transferring your trust from like your mobile provider to the VPN provider. Okay, this shit's boring. Can we get to the schizo sites now? No, man. Oh, permission slips. We will though. Yeah. It was like Consumer Reports study finds data removal services are often ineffective. Easy opt-outs apparently did the best. Apparently, easy opt-outs were the best, but I remember them doing this. But yeah, we could go to the schizoids. But I gotta find out what India does. This is only like 7 minutes, man. Fuck you. Then we'll go this, then schizo
data from these websites as a data point to be removed. But in my experience, it's not exactly how it's worked. Usually these websites have been improving and increasing the amount of websites.
We'll do 2 times speed or 1.7.
Removed. I think specifically the most annoying thing is when stuff like Delete Me offers 750 websites, but in reality around 150 is a pretty good amount. Just adding a bigger number is kind of arbitrary at the end of the day, in my opinion. So that's one of the big points of this video, is that these services do inflated metrics, and I think in my opinion it kind of really depends on each individual service. But one of his biggest points too is that these services do have a limited scope of deletion, and this is true to some extent. He kind of focuses on this video in these services kind of move information from kind of public data broker websites like Spokio, White Pages, and some of the other things, but these services can actually address marketing data brokers, financial and credit bureaus, risk mitigation services, personal health data brokers, and a lot of other different things that don't publicly display information as visibly. Now, the way I've kind of discussed these services, always recommended them on my channel specifically, is they're kind of more like anti-dox tools. For example, you don't really want people being able to publicly search for you on the internet to find your address and stuff like that. That's why
I mean, normies exist. People live in the real world. Don't be an incel. We know that is like
always recommend these tools as
the worst argument on the planet,
because they're more of like
they're like just don't have bad OPSEC. That's like saying just don't leave your house.
It kind of sucks.
Don't have a computer.
You can't really remove businesses from knowing things about you. I think a lot of the information they have about you is.
I think they're a good tool to have. If it's inexpensive, it clarifies what it does. Until we get federal privacy laws, until it clarifies what it can, if it clarifies what it does and it doesn't like overpromise, I think data removals are fine. I've removed my own data. Like when I had bad privacy and bad OPSEC, I removed a lot of shit from the internet, and it took a long time, and it was tedious. And they don't have to follow by law. They don't have to. There's no law. Like there's no law. There's no law that okay, but actually, there's no law that prevents that makes these people like delete anything. They can just sell it and rebuy it back, etc., etc. It's very difficult to maintain good OPSEC on a consistent basis. We have to just be realistic with the rest of society. It doesn't mean I follow them or I do what they're doing, but I think educating them to a certain degree is nice, and also them having the ability to have it done automated. Data removal services don't do shit, in my opinion. It depends. I think they could. I think it does add some level of comfort knowing that there's stuff that's not publicly available that shouldn't be anymore, and they tell you if the like permission slipped by a consumer report is actually really nice. They're realistic. Half of the volunteers live in California because the advocacy group wanted to see if the state's tough consumer privacy laws were enforced to data brokers. The consumer report studies do pretty good job on this. I forget where it is, but it's permission slip is pretty cool. There's a good channel I listen to called the Firewalls Don't Stop Dragons. They do like an interview with the person from it. They're a nonprofit. They're awesome. I think they give good advice. They even say that data removal products, yes, aren't as effective as they make it out to be, and their numbers are inflated, and they do have an issue. And permission slip doesn't cost anything if people are like, oh, they're just doing it to Tuesday here. I gotta read that. Just to get their product out, but they're a nonprofit, so they're not doing anything to make money. They're not making like hundreds of millions of dollars like this. I've literally deleted my own data too. It's very tedious and very annoying. There's some things I will be willing to pay for as long as it's effective and it tells me up front, hey, straight up, this is what it does and this is what it doesn't. It's like, you know, it's like a condom. It's not going to prevent everything. Just enough. Dig deeper. Guys, I shouldn't be using Tor. It's not safe anymore. They can't remove all your data from the internet? Of course. And if they explicitly tell you that and they're upfront, that's fine. What are we doing now? Oh god, Tor browser. You're gonna look at the dig deeper sign, and I'm going to hit a fat doink and come back. Only one hit from one fat doink, and we're gonna read some stuff. Oh, they have an RSS feed based. No worries. I2P tour base. Yeah, we should set up I2P. That'd be smart. That'd be awesome. Tour 1, 2, 3, onion site. Yeah, we should set up I2P. That'd be cool. Do that maybe in a minute. Hold on, I'm eating snack. Probably not. Oh. Hmm. Let's see. Other sites I like. It can be hard to find treasures in the junkyard known as the internet, so I will catalog ones I've encountered here. Alternative theories. Debunking skeptics, probably my favorite site on the internet, except my own, of course. I was reading it religiously as a teenager. It provided strong support towards my questioning of mainstream theories and devout defenders. Without that site, there would likely be no dig deeper. If you like my Bazilla or my coronavirus reports, you will feel right at home. Debunking skeptics covers my fringe topics such as conspiracy theory, exsensory perception, and life after death. Oh, nutrition tidbits, Wikipedia, In the Mystery of Truth, list of plants by Juice Yield. What are you eating, bro? Oh, sorry, avocado. It's pretty good. I don't know how good my mic is and how far. Reviews, Formula 216 exposing the fraud. Juicer compares. Yeah, this section. Oh, community sites. Spyware, Watchdog, ClearNet. Oh, wait, no. We should do the Onion. Oh, no. New private window. Super secure. No, not found, of course. Online spyware watchdog. The goal of this website is to classify spyware programs so that the users can be more aware that they are installing spyware. Many everyday applications are actually spyware. We take an expansive and strict stance on what we can. This versus the FSF. This versus the Freedom Software Foundation's version of spyware. Okay, and pick a random one and go. I did. We define spyware as anything that includes telemetry, phone, home, automatic updates, or listening in without the user's knowledge. The automatic updates is kind of a funny thing to point out, don't you? I think people want that. This website contains articles on popular programs with explanations of spyware and found in them. It includes easy to understand ratings, detailed explanations, proof, and how features these programs in the user. If you want to contribute to this web, you can always make a pull request. Interesting. Articles. Okay, let's just review these sites and then just go back to the main one. Web browsers. Bad Wolf. Brave. Whoa, Brave. Spy watching. They think Brave is. Brave browser is a Chromium fork with many interesting features not found elsewhere, such as a built-in ad blocker and other extensions, fingerprint protection, and cleaner preference menu options compared to other. Opt-in ability automatically support. Pay the website to visit. The developers describe the browser with your interests at heart. We built privacy. Spyware level high. It's based on Google. Okay. Guys, it's based on Google as the default search engine. Has built-in telemetry and even has an opt-out RSS like news feed similar to Firefox Pocket. This shouldn't be a thing. Auto updates. Brave will check for updates every time you run it. It can't turn it off from the browser, although it's on Brave's lowest priority list to add option to do so. This is the reason why it's low priority. Brave has built-in telemetry. While running Brave, it will make lots of requests to domain p3abrave.com as telemetry. They claim that the store collective data for several days. This feature is an opt-in that can be disabled. The opt-out can be disabled here. Interesting. Safe browsing, Brave Today. Brave has now a new feature similar to Firefox Pocket called Brave Today. Safe browsing, Brave rewards, malicious requests worth noting. Brave on first run sends requests to fetch the library used by checking spelling errors. Brave on startup requests variations on brave.com. Brave uses to turn this on and off feature. There isn't a way to disable this as of yet. Brave fetches a list of affiliates though. Domain coinbase.com. Yeah, they probably, gotta make money. A quick curl head section of brave.com shows Brave uses Google Gtastic, which uses Cloudflare as well. And the first one, Brave fetches an extension from Brave. Google is the default search engine of Brave. That bothers him. Online content platform: Snapchat, Instagram, YouTube. Okay, this guy hates YouTube. Fuck him. That's where I'm at. Bro, he doesn't like Kerbal Space Program? All right, this guy sucks. Throwing that out there. Oh, yeah, I forgot. First and last main email address, phone number. I forgot. I think Kerbal does ask for a lot of stuff. But still, fuck him. I love Kerbal Space Program. Bro, this guy hates VLC Media Player? What a cuck. Okay, not spyware. All right, based. Thought he was about to hate on my favorite media player. BleachBit. Not spyware. Oh, okay, based. I do like BleachBit. Just making sure. Not spyware, but has privacy issues. Telegram. No, Telegram's definitely spyware. Telegram sucks. Hypertext transmission protocol. This seems to be a bit old. Yeah, it is. It's definitely old. The guy doesn't like the word web browser in general. Okay. Web browser is a browser really based on Pale Moon. Okay, never mind. They're just Pale Moon enjoyers over here on the darknet. Spyware Iron. SRWare Iron is a free browser implemented of Chromium by Usware in Germany. Wow. Wow, this guy really doesn't like that browser. He says extremely high. By the way. Tor? Spyware low. Interesting. But not. I use MVP, by the way. Yeah, I use MVP too. I'm just a VLC enjoyer. The guy could have made a ton of money from it. He decided not to. Iridium browser? Oh, wait, hold on. Links mentioned. That'd be funny if he was like, if they were like, Links, this is spyware. Links makes no unsolicited requests at all. It's also fully Libre software under the GPL v2 license. Nice. Oh, this was all from 2020. So, see, I should have went schizophrenic in during COVID. I would have had a lot. I should have wrote a lot of shit. Links mentioned it. Libre Wolf. Okay, they're like low. Ooh, search engines. Let's see that. What's his opinion of Yahoo? Extremely high. I'm not reading all that. DuckDuckGo. Possibly spyware. Offers an onion domain though. Extremely high. It's awesome. Okay, we're gonna check out another one. Links, no spyware, based. For real. Yeah. Let's go to Puffy. I'm always afraid to go to these. Oh, Gopher, hold on. Gopher mentioned. God. Gopher should have been what the internet is today. The anonymous Joker. Take back our tech. What is this other guy? And this guy likes nutrition, so I could have gone Fiscoso in 2020 and started caring about my privacy. It's okay if you do or don't. It's a personal choice. U.S. House votes that bill and fines prison for boycott Israel. Rogan does Scientology in the CIA. I need to read this one. Remember one thing, we are not running a business, we are running a government. We are in direct control of people's lives. Hubbard policy letter from... Oh. This is it? This is like the blog? Conspiracy. Do you have to pay federal income tax if you live and work in the US? Tor browser doesn't support Gopher. I know. It's not gonna... I love Gopher. Gopher mentioned. I'm like, this is great. Don't go there. I've been there. Yeah, don't go. Don't go to the 128-bit site. It's all conspiracy shit. Oh, I don't believe any of this. It's... People like this need to touch grass. Like, genuinely. How to become a neo-Nazi, skinhead, racist, white supremacist for dummies? What the fuck? The protocols of the learned elders of Zion. I think most of these people are hopefully cosplaying, like they're not real, they're just being funny. But some of these people are probably real. Do you have to pay tax, federal income tax? So I always like to meet these people that are like anti-federal income tax, but they're the biggest leeches of the government. It's not 30% of your income either. Most working Americans think they're legally obligated to pay federal income tax if they are a citizen of the United States. But is this true? What is the United States? What is the District of Columbia? What is a citizen? What do you mean, what is a citizen? That's retarded. What is the United States? You might get banned. That's true. Got it. I gotta read that in my spare time. You cannot be this schizoid. You cannot be this schizoid, bro. No, people are like this. I've met them. Like, truly, I've met people like that. They're like, you can't get through to them. They're really not fun to watch. They're not fun to like listen to either. They're funny, but they're like, it's like haha funny for like 15 minutes, and then you're like, oh, you actually believe this? You need to reevaluate. There are something. Look, the government has done some bad shit in its lifetime, no doubt. But there doesn't need to be a shadow government to blame. Just blame the real government. If you have a problem with the government, just if you think if there's some shadow government, I don't get why people like feed into this shit too. Anti-tax motherfuckers when they depend on welfare because they're fat random sitting in the room. Yeah, they're fat random sitting in the room. Yeah, most of the we're 14 years old, literally. Most of the people that are like super anti-federal income, like just anti-tax in general, they end up like being the biggest leech. Like, I'm not saying leech in a mean way. I'm saying in a mean way actually, because they hate it. Are generally the biggest like suckers of the internet. Yeah, let's go to that site. Interesting name. Where is it? Close tab. Okay. Oh, okay. Clearing it. Oh no, 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 no. Base that he's like disabled got JavaScript though. Let's go settings. Oh man. Settings need to be the safest. Pure OPSEC. Oh god, no dark mode though. This hurts. Additional hardening Linux, an introduction to BIOS and BIOS security. Oh, nice. Please use in good faith and error risk. Altered data cannot warranty the expression or suggest the controls. Oh god, this fucking light mode. No dark mode is a crime. GNU IceCat Tor browser. GNOME terminal. Gross. GNOME. Email. Base Tuda user. Disable JavaScript, they said. I'm a JavaScript hater. Cannot be liable for it, plus losing it. Interesting. Six triangles, 8 values, left values, political compass. Religion, Eden first. Right values, snappy values, StarCraft compass. So Zaste, bro. I just wish this motherfucker would just have somehow figured out dark mode. Do it comparisons of services. Fastmail released, cost $30 a year. Gmail free with ads. I like how he says that. He's like free with ads. See, comparison tables are awesome. Pesto. Oh, nice. Pesto is pretty cool. I think they allow Rumbox 2 Denota. Free, no ads. Minimum micro plan. 2 Denota, I've been very happy with. I like them. Yandex Mail. Personal free, no ads. Zoho Mail. Ooh, not use that. Let's go by like one by one. After there's like something wiki, we can check that out. He has a lot. Complete guide for the paranoid user. Additional Linux hardening. Let's see if this is good. Ooh, God, seriously, he needs to. The dark. Is there a way I can do dark mode? Can I find this via dark mode? See, Dig Deeper already knows. Oh, thank God. Maybe I'll read this. Okay. So it's like the same thing, but it's updated. And it's in dark mode. The page listed change I make to vanilla install of Arch for security hardening, as well as some other changes I find useful. Most of the changes will work on any Linux distro that's reasonably up to date. It's not a one-size-fit-all setup, but hopefully certain places will be useful in a more secure Linux system. The install size, the base install is relatively minimal compared to pre-built distros like Fedora or Mint. This lets me focus on just adding what I want rather than constantly trying to strip out things I don't need. The kernel, a common misconception about Linux kernel is that it's secure, or that users can go long without worrying about security updates. None of these are remotely true. New versions of Linux are released with almost every week, often containing important security fixes among other changes. These releases typically don't make exploit mention of which commits have security implications. As a result, stable or LTS distributions don't know which commits should be backported to their old kernels, or even some need backporting at all. The problem has a CV assigned to it. Maybe your distribution will pick it up, maybe not. Even if a CV exists, at least in the case of Ubuntu and Debian especially, users are often left with kernels full of known holes, maybe even over 1,000 of them, for months at a time indefinitely. Red Hat has a similar enterprise distro. Just go to the mating guide. This one looks interesting though. We are reading the entire hardening guide. Anyways, back to dig deeper. Hold on. We're reading this. I'm interested now. These partly because they are just too many to track. Downstream culture tries to cherry pick security fixes in the name of stability. It does not work. It does not play the backporting game instant. But this is updated. Having enjoyed the ports of FreeBSD and OpenBSD for a long time, ABS has been a pleasure to use, making a build package easy. Disk layout, kernel options. Nice. Okay. Sudo. Many people use sudo, but few use it safely. Some distributions can figure the way a lot of concerns use sudo type of X11 allows any application to capture keystrokes. My recommendation is set up sudo with a regular user to do some administrative tasks without root password. Okay, nice, yeah. You should use do as. Ooh. Something that everyone forgets. NTP. How to choose a browser, email providers. I don't want to see another hardening guide. I have read so much. Incognite has a giant fucking phone. Interesting. Darknet setup in Slackware based distros. True. Slackware is based. Slackware users. Self-hosting a static website in Slackware 15. Mozilla Devil Incarnate. Society. Avoiding the botnet. Impossible. Technological slavery. Capitalism will die, but we'll take it with us. How money and the profit motive destroys everything. Enemy who surpassed the law. Refuting libertarianism. Wars, propaganda, surveillance, taxes, doctrine, laws, the way the government is exploiting people in numerous situations. Well, what is libertarianism? Types of force. No, the community sites, the wiki thing. What? Property rights? Someone's like, community sites, the wiki thing. What are you talking about? Oh, Shadow Wiki? Damn it. Introduction to bios and biosecurity. Oh, nice. 100% Libre in the case of core boot. In the case of core boot, 90% Libre bios. Oh, nice. Core boot mentioned. We just gotta wait for this to load. It might be dead. Did you click that because you're a libertarian or something? No, I just saw it and I thought it was funny. Shadow Wiki. That guy just writes a lot, so I'm like, I ain't reading all that. There was a funny joke I saw. I need to read something real quick. They literally have dimension. How do I dimension? This is my favorite thing to read. I was shooting heroin and reading the Fountainhead in the front seat of my privately owned police cruiser when a call came in. I put a quarter in the radio to activate it. It was the chief. Bad news, detective. We got a situation. What is it? The mayor trying to ban trans fats again? Worse. Somebody just stole $447 million worth of bitcoins. The heroin needle practically fell out of my arm. What kind of monster would do something like that? Bitcoins are the ultimate currency. Virtual, anonymous, stateless. They represent true economic freedom, not subject to arbitrary manipulation by any government. Do we have any leads? No, not yet. But mark my words, we're going to figure out who did this, and we're going to take them down, provided someone pays us a fair market rate to do so. Easy, Chief. I said, any rate the market offer is by definition fair. He laughed. That's why you're the best I got, Lazowski. Now go out there and get them, find those bitcoins. Don't worry. I said it. I'm on it. I said, don't worry. I said, I'm on it. I put a quarter in the siren. 10 minutes later, I was on the scene. It was a normal office building, strangled on all sides by public sidewalks. I hopped over them and went inside. Home Depot trademark presented to police. I said, flashing my badge and my gun of a small picture of Ron Paul. Nobody move unless I want you to. They didn't. Now, which one of you punks is going to pay me? The wiki loaded, bro. I know, but we're finishing this now because it's funny. Which one of you punks is going to pay me to investigate this crime? No one spoke up. Come on, I said. Don't you all understand the protection of private property is the foundation of all personal liberty? It didn't seem like they did. Seriously, guys, without a strong economic motivator, I'm just going to stand here and not solve this case. Cash is fine, but I prefer to be paid in gold bullion or autographed pen Gillette posters. Nothing. These people were stonewalling me. It almost seemed like they didn't care that a fortune of computer money invented by drugs was missing. Gotta love the Bitcoin part. I figured I could wait them out. I lit several cigarettes indoors. A pregnant lady coughed. I told her that secondhand smoke is just a myth. And just then, a man in glasses made a break for it. Subway, trademark. Eat fresh and freeze, scumbag. Restricted. I yelled. Too late. He was already out the front door. I went after him. Stop right there, I yelled as I ran. He was faster than me because I always tried to avoid stepping on public sidewalks. Our country needs a private sidewalk voucher system, but thanks to the incestuous interplay between our corporate, corrupt federal government, the public sidewalk lobby will never let it happen. I was losing him. Listen, I'll pay you to stop, I yelled. What would you consider an appropriate price for stopping? I'll offer you a 13th ounce of gold and gently worn Bob Bar 08 extra long sleeved men's t-shirt. He turned. His hand waved a revolver at the Constitution. In his hand was a revolver that the Constitution said that he had every right to own. He fired at me and missed. I pulled my own gun, put a quarter in it, and I fired back. The bullet lodged in the United States Postal Service mailbox less than a foot from his head. I shot the mailbox again. On purpose. All right, the man yelled, throwing down his weapon. I give up, cop. I confess, I took the bitcoins. Why'd you do it? I asked as I slapped a pair of Oki's trademark Greek yogurt presents handcuffs on the guy. Because I was afraid. Afraid of an economic future free from the precious meddlings of central bankers, he said. I'm a central banker. I wanted to cold cock the guy years ago. A central banker killed my partner. Instead, I shook my head. Let this be a message to all you central banker friends on the street, I said. No matter how many bitcoins you steal, you'll never take away the dream of an open society based on principles of personal and economic freedom. He nodded because he knew I was right. I swiped his credit card to pay me for arresting him. Tom... And then he swiped his credit card to pay me for arresting him. God, I love that. Okay. Subway trademark. For real. Eat fresh. Yo, it finally loaded. Welcome to the Shadow Wiki. That's one of my favorite things to read all the time. It's super funny. Welcome to the Shadow Wiki. The wiki focuses on where applicable. Anonymity, privacy, security, anonymity, spyware, surveillance, censorship, interoperability, and decentralization, hardware, software, politics, religion. Not just what is mainstream, but also what is secured or esoteric. Where things are made, how renewable are they, and their quality. This is the Orange Pill. What a 5-year-old fucking do this? Why are you using a window manager, or is this cosmic? Are you using a window manager, or is this cosmic? No, this is KD. No window manager. Mental health disclaimer. Shadow Wiki touches upon sensitive topics and may not be appropriate for some people who have certain traits. If you are paranoid and or have suicidal tendencies, your conclusions when reading Shadow Wiki's content may cause you more harm. If you choose to read Shadow Wiki, try not to withdraw from society. Go outside, touch grass, drink water, do stretches. See? Do stretches. Always good advice. And to touch grass. Contact and contribution. There's currently no official XMPP MUC for Shadow Wiki. The spyware MCU currently does not support Darknet, and the old Dig Deeper room was removed and replaced at long last by the Burning Train. Other MUCs to keep in mind are the Beholder and Discordia. You can send an email to Shadow at Kali.s/pgpkey. Get repo. Sites you can reach to send email to send in patches. Oh, okay, base. Oh, nice. Donate if you like to content this wiki. Would like to incentive further for creation, maintenance, and wiki. Consider donating Monero. The bank, Mr. Van Burden, is trying to kill me, but I shall kill it. President Andrew Jackson. There is no free lunch. That is why I wait for dinner. Huh. What software are you using? Namak aesthetically generates a site from a series of files. Basic term from here. Was the religion table coming soon? Can I invite? No. Do you have an article linked for icon webbing use? Yes. Is there forms? Who are you? Me. When they say I, who's being referred to? The person who wrote it, which may be a contribution or not me. Interesting. Oh, based. Wow. Browsers, darknet, email hosting, mobile comm, software. Interesting. Mobile communications are a big thing. Most people have a cell phone. The problem is cell phones spy on people. What phones spy on the least? What are relative encryption? Question. The most private phone option is to not have one at all. Use SIP with ZRTP encryption. Prepaid dumb phones can be traced only with 10-mile accuracy. Radios can potentially be tracked back to their origin, especially if transmitted for a long period of time. There's also pagers, which are broadcasted only. These devices are actually radios with limited functions. Sometimes this is due to regulation, but also because they're limited in scope, the task which device perform is okay, anyway, can we actually get to the actual articles? Yeah, man. I wonder if what do you call it? What's the name? Pagers are more secure. Yeah, man. Encryption is subject to a lot of strange regulation, usually requiring if you do any encryption to be essentially purposeless, and would probably have to put in a decryption key somewhere public for more information needed on the subject. Many protocols other than standard simple X exist on top of radios, such as DMR and D-Star. They can be used for transmitting data, including IPv6, IPv4, and having multiple conversations at the same band. 5.6 is a form of communication started by NATO that generally uses either email or XMPP over a ham radio. This main implementation is ISO server. It is properly proprietary and Windows only. Unclear if it works on Wine or React OS. There exists an open source implementation of Open 5066. A company called Rapid M appears to be making equipments. Some have suggested using XMP over LoRaWAN instead of HF. Yeah, interesting. I didn't know you could use XMPP over radio encryption. Okay, this is the actual esoteric shit. Let's see what this is. Open 5066 is an open source implementation of NATO standard. Okay. This is a fork of always originally written by abstract. Is the open source protocol stack for the ham frequency radio communication aims to implement all. Okay, I'll have to keep this in mind. Very cool. I didn't know you can do XMPP over. I knew you could do email. There's something called what's it called? Wingate. WinTalk. No. WinTalk email over HF. Is that what it's called? WinLink. That's what it is. It'd be cool to send a message over XMPP via radio, though. Obviously, I cannot all radios here. I'll try to either include some very common, such as UVFR. Boofwang. Phones, the first major issue is that most, if not all phones, are backdoored, usually by cellular modem. Ones with hardware switches such as Pine Phone, Librem 5, the Liberty Phone, which is made in the US, can disable. Yeah, what is your opinion on this? The Pine Phone, the Librem 5, and the Liberty Phone, which is made in the US. Anyway, cell phones seem to be discussed there. Here it is. Hardware security keys. The security disconnects. The true Liberty Phone. Is that another issue is people are too distracted by their phones, walking around like zombies, not interacting with anyone, leading to social issues and other things. Look, before cell phones, I was antisocial. I had social issues. After cell phones, I have social issues, but I can look at funny stuff in public now. Another issue is people are zombies leading to social issues, among other things. The third problem is massive spyware and inherent in the concept of a phone, that your location can be and is tracked by the likes of Google, as well as tower triangulation and other methods, is logged as voice recordings called tapping and SMS triggered backdoors being present. Source needed. They're probably misguided. Maybe they don't know purism is a meme, to be honest. That's probably true. Purchasing a SIM outside the US and Canada without ID is frowned upon in most places. Yep, that's kind of true. No, doing all this does not make your phone secure or private. Use the. It says he says use the Aurora Star. They probably use the Aurora Star unironically. And I thought the Aurora Star was good. And then I was like, no, it's not. It's worse. Gherkin OS. RIP on the war part. No. Oh. Recommended. The developer recommends the dead Binarian instead. Who in tune says they have switched to post-market OS. It seems post-market OS supports some of the phones as post-market OS based. Graphene OS considered very secure, but only has official support for Google Pixel phones. I suggest reading this webpage before considering any Apple products, especially their part about spying and work abuse. Apple's operating system is their child slave labor-produced spyware-infused phones and tablets, and all their planned obsolescence is gory. Illegal to run on anything after the Apple branded hardware. Not that you would want to. It is, as it's integrated with cloud servers and acts as a walled garden to an information style like Evolve Crapple's service forces you to sign up with the Apple to use this app store. There is fucking nothing. Gyarados. There's fucking nothing, literally. But the Liberty phone. Let's see. A drop-in replacement for Android without the spyware, formerly called Kyogen mod. It could be called ungoogle Android, unless of course you add GApps backend. Still, I thought Lineage OS uses micro G. If micro G is used, that uses parts of Google. Replicant Android without any proprietary blobs sadly only has reliable support on a few old smartphones like the Samsung Galaxy S3. Outside of Replicant, you're still dealing with proprietary bootloaders and firmware. Postmarket OS related to the Alpine Linux operating system. It does not run Android applications, but it's designed for ARM-based device, usually coupled with a user interface GUI such as Phosh and Suckless Mobile. I used XMO. It's pretty nice on my Pine phone. Interesting. However, at the time, I still got mine time.android owned by Google connection. And it's just to process different versions. Maybe just like that. Seriously, okay. Interesting. It is possible to use encryption with pagers. They provide Spock exists. More information is needed. Use JMP chat or similar for legacy phone calls outside of SIP addresses. Use ZRTP encryption whenever possible. Twinkle phone for voice calls and line phone for large feature set. Other clients exist as well. It is possible to hook up PSTN phone lines to a SIP server. The SIP server software asterisk can reportedly be used for conferencing. Oh no, I want to see what he has for software. It suggests you use your software based on Unix philosophy. Do one thing and do it well. What is their email? Anyway, there are many other articles. Yeah, there's tons. Oh, holy shit. 4 hours though. And it's almost 1. Okay. I'm going to be signing off. We'll continue this next Sunday though. I'll have a series of live streaming of me going on spooky sites. I'll look for like a list of spooky sites and do Rust while I'm doing it. More Rust content, more spooky sites. Everyone have a good night. Smoke big doinks. Magic the Gathering back tomorrow, baby.